Just had to take care of a couple things before we got set up. Oh man. It's another beautiful day here, thankfully. Well, it's still quite chill, even for May. Like, the high today is like only in the upper 60s. The lows are kind of sticking around the upper 40s, which is still, again, kind of surprising for May. Man, I want to kick off to Case 2-4 yesterday, huh? We go to a hero show. Maya gets kidnapped. We have to prove our client not guilty, which is what we were going to do anyway. But then it seems like our client has been framed? Possibly, perhaps? I guess we'll see. All the while getting check-ins from the kidnapper saying you have to get him acquitted day 1. Which, I don't know, the only cases we have gotten a day 1 acquittal or day 1 not guilty have been only the first cases of the game. So, I don't think that is going to be happening, but then it's a matter of what happens to Maya if we don't finish the case in 1 day. Plus, Edgeworth is back since the kidnapper decided to give us a gift of shooting Francisca in the shoulder. So she's out of the courtroom and Edgeworth is in, and Edgeworth seems like he has some tricks up his sleeve. Oh man. Everything looks good. The notifs and everything are alright. Let's get comfortable. Again, posture check. And do better about my posture. Okay. I think we are good. Excuse me. Let us get into it, shall we? Alright. Part 2 of the first day of the trial. Farewell of my church couch. Let's go. Oh, and that's right. We also got Adrian Andrews. We got the focus shifted to her. It's possibly the one trying to frame our client for the crime. Murder. Dude, I can't believe that, Andrew. No way! Not cool and collected Adrian Andrews. She is your manager. It would have been very easy for her to pull this off. The person who had easy access to the knife you used at dinner was, well, her. So after the ceremony, during the break, huh? I was sleeping like a log the entire time. Once again, we have ties or similarities back to, was it 1-3? Because what? Not only is Will Powers here, it has to do with superheroes like the Nickel Samurai. Someone else being in the Nickel Samurai costume pulling off the murder, that it wasn't the actual person that plays this character. If Angard was sleeping like a log after he ate, then there have possibly been drinking? Again, like in case 1-3? And then of course we have Old Bag, which... Hey... Crazy. See, she could have also easily planted that blood-covered button in your Hakama. Because she was the one that came to wake me up? Then, dude, you're saying it really was her? Yes, she is the real killer. She was the one who murdered Juan Corrida. But why? I thought she was buds with Juan. She has her own agenda. Her own agenda? What are you talking about? I'm sure you'll see by the time this trial's over. It'll be alright. I'll get you acquitted by the end of today. Get me a verdict that's refreshing like a spring breeze, okay, Mr. Lawyer Dude? Why is that your catchphrase? That's... Phoenix? You think her motive is related to Celeste Impax's missing suicide note, right? Yes. Miss Andrews depended on Miss Impax as her strength and reason to live. Again, that is why that is over. That trigger warning, unfortunately, because I feel that that is going to come up a lot, and I know it's going to be a sensitive subject. And Miss Impax suddenly killed herself. Sounds like she left a suicide note and the person thought to have hidden it. It's Juan Corrida, the victim of this murder. That's why I think that Miss Andrews got close to Mr. Corrida. All to get the suicide note back. It sounds plausible. But one thing bothers me. What? Who was it that first told us about their relationship? Better stated, Miss Andrews' dependency issues with regards to Miss Impact. Edgeworth. It's Edgeworth. Looks like he's still the one in command of this ship. Let your guard down yet. And one of the lines that came across from Mia is that it did seem like he was just along for the ride of the course of this case. Trial. What do you have going, Edgeworth? Court will now reconvene. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you please. Prosecution calls the witness subpoenaed by this court. Miss Adrienne Andrews, the person who discovered the crime in Mr. Juan Corrida's room. Still has that card. What is your occupation? I'm the manager of the defendant in this case, Mr. Matt Ungard. See, now then. Before we begin, Your Honor, I have one request. Yes, sure. What is it? I'm sure everyone in this room is wondering the same thing. And would love to find out more about my relationship with the victim. After all, it was the topic of a certain weekly magazine recently. No, I have no idea what you mean. I've never even heard of Gossipling. Nice, Judge. If Judge was ever a prosecution witness, he'd do all my work for me. Oh, nice. Anyway, I was wondering if you could please tell us about your relation to the victim. Yes, I was seeing Mr. Corrida. I was also aware of the rivalry that existed between Matt and Juan, but this was a private matter between Juan and myself. So it was a fry and bait matter, or was that a bait and fry? Reminds me of fishing. But I didn't kill him. No one is accusing you of that. I think there's someone who would beg to differ. Yeah. I think we all understand your relationship with the victim now, Miss Andrews. Very well then. Witness, please testify to the court about what happened when you discovered the murder that had taken place. It was time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. After that, I went to Juan's room. And there was his dead body. I was in shock. What I saw was, naturally, the exact same scene as in the crime scene photo. I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice. You poured yourself a glass of juice? Yes, sadly I didn't remember not to touch things at the scene of the crime. I disturbed the crime scene by moving this one thing. And that is when the fingerprints on the wine glass were made, Your Honor. See. Well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Phoenix. She is one cool and collected customer, and she has the brains to match. Yes, I know. In order to catch a person like her, you have to avoid head-on confrontations. You should disrupt her pacing. Disrupt her pacing? She's the type of woman who is easily thrown off by things inconsistent with her thinking, so you have to attack when she least expects it. The instant you let up on your offense is the instant this trial is over. Understand? Okay. Before we get into that, it's gonna save. And what was Mr. Ongar doing at the time? He was taking a nap. He was worn out from his many performances as the Nickel Samurai during the ceremony. Mr. Ongar did say he was taking a nap. Then I guess you could say it could not have been taken out of his room. Yes? Excuse me, it? What are you? Oh. Right. I thought years of school would have taught you how to construct a sentence. You can't make a sensible sentence with a subject, then I'll make one for you. Watch. Did you, Miss Andrews, remove Mr. Ungard's knife from his room? No. Subject, verb, object, right? Did you skip basic grammar? The witness may continue. Good. That one's room. And why did you do that? As a friendly gesture, Juan was to make an appearance with the other heroes. The show is supposed to be a show of friendship, huh? Is that the only reason? I beg your pardon, what are you implying? You had a certain goal in mind when you started to get close to him, correct? Or perhaps you had a more personal matter to discuss with the victim? Sorry, but I didn't have any such intentions in mind at the time. Can't get her to talk without a strong piece of evidence, I guess. May we continue now? Witness, what did you see when you got to his room? You were in shock? What? Was I not supposed to be? Andrews is a very calculating person, and despite how close they were, Adachi had romantic feelings for Mr. Kurita. Anyone randomly stumbling upon a dead body would be in shock. You can't seriously expect that a young beauty like her would not be shocked. Somehow, I don't think beauty has anything to do with being shocked or not. I see. This is the photo you're referring to, correct? Yes, the one with the knife lodged in his chest. And the guitar case was like this too? Yes, it was open and empty, of course. And then, what did you do next, witness? Juice. Yes, there was a bottle of tomato juice on the table, so I helped myself. But you didn't drink any of it, did you? Huh? There were no lip marks left on this wine glass to suggest that anyone drank from it. I wasn't feeling terribly great, so I set the glass down, without drinking it. Miss Andrews, I would like to confirm with you one more time. When you discovered the dead body of Juan Kurita, you were in great shock. And that's when you poured yourself the glass of juice, correct? And what of it? My mind really was a complete blank at the time. Your mind was a complete blank? I didn't think that was possible for you. Weren't you rude today? I was so dazed that I made one careless mistake, that one thing. What one thing? Never mind. It's no big deal. What was she starting to say just now? Miss Andrews, I'm convinced that, as you said, you made a mistake at the scene of the crime. What I really want to know is what this mistake was. Actually, so would I. I'm sorry, it's kind of embarrassing. When I set the glass down on the dresser, I accidentally knocked the flower vase over. Flower vase? Are you talking about the one on the floor in the crime photo? This mess of glass shards? It was originally on top of the dresser, but when I bumped into it with my elbow, it fell onto the guitar case. Why did you withhold such an important piece of information? I'm sorry. I thought that since the crime scene was already in disarray, that people would simply assume the vase was just another part of the mess. But yet another fact has come to light here. Please add this and anything else you have to reveal to your testimony. Sorry, but I have nothing more to add. I didn't touch anything else. What kind of flower vase was it? It was a glass vase. It was fairly big and heavy. I thought I would try to take Juan's pulse, so I set the glass I was holding down on the dresser, and that's when my elbow accidentally hit the vase. It's odd that she was always in total control of herself. That's what she would like people to think. Always be mindful of the gap between your perception and reality. It sounds like there's any glaring contradictions in her testimony just now. I warned you early that she would not crack so easily. The only way to make her is to keep on the offensive and not let up. The only way you're going to catch her is with some very strong, decisive evidence. I have to find something. I just have to, for Maya's sake. I think I know what they're looking for. At first I thought it was going to be the tomato juice glass. I mean, it's still going to be the same thing. Well, no, it's not. Excuse me. I was thinking I would have to present the photo when she said she poured herself a glass of juice because the bottle looked full, I guess? But then, let's move on to the guitar case. Okay. Be safe. Some ding dong. There's water, but only on top of the lid. If she stumbled upon the scene exactly as she found it, the guitar case would have been open and the inside would have been wet. Got it. You testified that you knocked the flower vase over. Is this correct? Yes. And are you sure it fell onto the guitar case? Is there some problem with what I said? It's not some problem. It's a major problem. It's true that the top of the guitar case was wet with water. However, that's exactly what is so strange. Miss Andrews, you testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case. However, if that was true, the case should have gotten wet on the inside, not the outside. And that's very true. Furthermore, there was one other strange thing about this guitar case. And what is that? Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. The remains of the vase are scattered on the floor. And what is wrong with that? If the guitar case was open when the vase fell, the glass shards should be inside, not outside the case. Ah! What is your point, right? That the case was closed at the time the vase was knocked over? Is that all? No. Think back to what Miss Andrews testified to. She said that other than the vase, she didn't touch anything else. Yes, that's right. She did implicitly say she didn't touch the guitar case. But this whole matter with the guitar case is a dead end. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. It has no bearing on this case at all. That may very well be. However, the guitar case does seem to have no relation to this case, doesn't it? Seems that there is no deeper meaning to the guitar case. Well, Mr. Wright, do you think we need to hear more details about the guitar case? No, we gotta press on. If she touched it for some reason, there has to be some bearing to it. If she was maybe going in to search for the letter or to check or something, who knows? But Mia said we can't let up on her, so... The empty guitar case. I believe this is a crucial piece of the puzzle. Heh, I can't believe anyone would reach for straws like this. But it is you. I can't believe I'm doing this either. Alright, I'll follow along, for now. Miss Andrews, please testify to the court about the guitar case. Yes, Your Honor. Great child. I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. As for why I opened the case, even I don't know. It looks like this really wasn't a very important point. This wastefulness is such a familiar feeling by now that it's almost comforting. Anyway, I'll just go ahead and start the cross-examination. Using anyway to change the topic, a convenient escape for a weak man. Ooh. Edward is sassy. And not like in a demeaning way, but just like, you know, he's like poking the bear. He's like, heh, heh. Anyway. Press everything. During your testimony just now, did you remember those events clearly in your mind? Well, you see. Are you sure you're the one who opened the guitar case? She's waiting for someone to tell her if she should answer or not. Sounds like our dependent side is taking it. Well, Miss Andrews? Yes, it was me. So, you opened the guitar case then? Yes, well, maybe. Why did you open the guitar case? Huh? Mr. Clarita's dead body was right there in front of you, wasn't it? I would think the first thing you would do is call for help, not open a guitar case. As the witness has said multiple times when she found the dead body, she was dazed. Maybe I was curious to know if the bright red guitar was alright or not. I thought maybe the criminal took it. Why would she care about the bright red guitar? But getting back on topic. Was it really empty? I was just wondering if maybe when you opened the case, the guitar was still inside. How long have you been a lawyer, Mr. Wright? Have a little professionalism. Bright red guitar was found at the studio. These trials would be over in half the time if you would just pay attention. Yes, pay more attention, Mr. Wright. Dang, people ganging up on me today. Sorry. Was that because you were shocked and dazed at discovering the victim's body? Yes, that's probably it. Not going to get anywhere if I continue pressing her like this. The way to make her talk is with evidence. Guess I should give it a try. Come on, Phoenix, we can't afford to let up on her now. I wasn't planning on letting up, but we're at our weakest now, so this is our chance. Yeah, if we had a weapon to hit her with. I'm sure a weapon is hiding somewhere in the court record, waiting to be found. Oh, what did he respond to? This has to be. As her fingerprints were found in the scene on the glass, but not on the guitar case. There we go. There is no way you were the one who opened the guitar case. Why would you say that? It's elementary, my dear. Because the only fingerprints on this guitar case are those of the victim. Ah! What is it, Miss Andrews? You shouldn't assume that I must have left prints just because I touched the case. What do you mean? What if I were to tell you I was wearing gloves at the time? Gloves? But why would you be wearing gloves at the time? It was the night of the awards ceremony, so of course I dressed up for the occasion. Yes, now I remember. I'm almost sure I was wearing a pair of thin gloves. See. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems the witness was wearing gloves at the scene of the crime. You were wearing gloves. Isn't that a little strange? Why is that strange? Do you have something that would prove I was not wearing gloves at the time? I have your proof right here. This wine glass. A wine glass? You left your fingerprints very clearly on this wine glass. Ah! Even if you took your gloves off when you poured yourself this glass of juice, wouldn't you think it was just a little strange? That you put your gloves back on just to open the guitar case? Ah! Ooh. Okay, here's a spare. And that got her. That prompted a response. Order, order, order! Looks like you hit the nail on the head this time. Hmm? What do you mean? I believe that guitar case plays a very important role here. But it's just an empty case. Wonder if it really was empty, though. The guitar, the bright red guitar, was at the studio. Phoenix, drop all of your presumptions. What was in the guitar case was not the bright red guitar. You don't mean it was a bright white guitar? Wait, that's not right there. Phoenix! I admit it would be unnatural for someone to do that. So the witness was not wearing gloves despite the fact that on the case. Your Honor, this is obviously the defense's usual misdirection tactic at work. Steer the court towards an unrelated topic and lull us all into his misguided... I'm on to something. No, Your Honor. Please recall that Miss Andrews had testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case, which means that the case was closed when the crime took place. However, it is wide open in this photo of the crime scene. I am sure this guitar case has some relation to the murder. You are so sure, right? And I'm sure you can somehow substantiate your outrageous claim, correct? Please, enlighten us as to why this guitar case has anything at all to do with this murder. Can you do that, Mr. Wright? Well... Let's suppose for a second. The bright red guitar was not the only thing that could have been in the case. The bright red guitar not being the only thing? You don't mean to suggest that bright black guitars... So, you intend to push your theory that the case was not empty? Is that it, right? I wouldn't say something I didn't intend to prove. Deflate that head of yours, you haven't proven anything yet. Now then, let's have it. What was inside this case at the time of the murder? Ooh... We substantiated that this could have been Adrian Andrews in the hall with the Nickel Samurai costume. On guard was sound asleep in his costume. So he couldn't have she couldn't have taken it off of him. He was wearing thin gloves. Way. Hello? This is a photograph. Yes, but what is important is what is in the picture, Your Honor. In this picture? It doesn't take a genius to see what I mean. What I am proposing is... Inside the guitar case was the Nickel Samurai, the hero's very own costume. What? Mr. Wright, explain yourself. Right? Are you saying the witness opened the guitar case to take out a costume? What insane point would there to be doing something like that? That insane point would be to wear the costume, of course. Miss Andrews put it on to hide her identity and so she could make her escape. After all, you couldn't let anyone see you leave, could you, Miss Andrews? I refuse to accept your theory. Do you have anything to support such a preposterous idea? Just outside the door was an investigative photographer who was starving for a big scoop. And in the end, she managed to get this shot, correct? You mean this photo? Order! Order! It looks like we've wandered into quite another mess again, haven't we? Nice job, Phoenix. Well, you know my strategy. Speak first, think later. The real murderer was hiding inside a costume. Well, wait 1 second, Your Honor. The Nico Samurai's costume would have been Mr. Madongarde's. Why would something of the defendant's be in the victim's room? And inside the guitar case of all places? True. That is a little baffling. Mr. Wright, the court would like to hear your thoughts. What was the Nico Samurai costume doing inside the guitar case? Couldn't have been stolen. It had to be a spare. Mr. Engarde did not take his costume off during the break period. In that case, the costume we are talking about was a spare one. What? Then, are you saying that on the night of the murder, there were 2 Nico Samurai costumes at the Gatewater Hotel? Yes, that is what I'm saying. How do you explain the costume that was inside the guitar case? It would mean that the victim himself had brought this spare to the ceremony on purpose. But why? The victim, Mr. Kurita, was the Jammin' Ninja. Why would he secretly bring the Nico Samurai's spare costume with him? What could be the reason behind such a peculiar act? And therein lies the sticking point. What are you mumbling to yourself about now? Have you just been rambling all this time without any sense of inner monologue? Huh? No, I just... Mr. Wright, please explain yourself. Why do you think the victim had the Nico Samurai's spare costume? Phoenix, are you sure you can explain this one? Think carefully before you answer. Then answer with gusto. I believe in you. Alright, this is what I think. The reason the victim brought the Nico Samurai's spare costume to the hotel... I'll come back to that. Matt said he didn't know anything about the press conference. What is this? On the night of the murder, after the stage show, the Nico Samurai was going to hold a special press conference. Press conference? Yes, the Nico Samurai was supposed to confess something at this conference. I heard about this as well. For once, you're not making something up, right? But what struck me as strange was that Mr. Engarde himself said he had no idea he was supposed to be holding a press conference that night. But how can that be? The way I see it, that can mean only one thing. The conference was set up by none other than the victim, Mr. Juan Kurita himself. The victim? Yes. The spare Nico Samurai costume was prepared for that very conference. Mr. Kurita was going to hold the press conference as the Nickel Samurai. But why, though? That's the question. He was going to dress up as the Nickel Samurai and hold a conference? But why would the victim do such a thing? That's something I don't quite know yet, however. What I am concerned with right now is what he intended to reveal at that conference. The Nickel Samurai was going to confess something. By confess, I'd wager he was going to reveal something about himself. Which means that Juan Kurita, posing as the Nickel Samurai, was going to speak about Matt on guard. Yes, I guess that is what it would mean. But, if that's the case, that's not a confession. That's public disclosure. But Miss Andrews, I can see why you're pros at what you do now. Pardon me? Yes, just as you say, the press conference was set up by Juan. Oh, Miss Andrews, please offer us an explanation for this. I was the one he asked to help set it up. The person who prepared the second costume for him, that was also me. Oh. You? Juan had bet everything on the Jammin' Ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought anyway. He was going to ruin him, huh? It looked like somehow Juan had his hands in a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. What? Oh boy. And do you know what the secret of Master En Garde's is, Miss Andrews? That's something only Juan knew. I don't know what it is. Ah, see. I've probably been coming off quite suspicious to everyone, but that's to be expected. I've been trying to protect Matt, after all. Protect Mr. En Garde? Uh-oh. Think she's coming back around. And yet again, another strange bit of truth comes to light, it seems. Miss Andrews, if you could, please tell us the truth about your behavior. Yes, Your Honor. I understand. Oh boy. She's gonna say she's protecting him. Like protecting his reputation or protecting him from something else, and then it's gonna be like, oh, I was doing this. I wasn't going to murder Juan, and then that's gonna get her off the hook. Our Allegro, so getting serious. In the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. Matt had to kill Juan, no matter what. And he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course, the button and the knife. But I'm Matt's manager, so I felt that I had to protect him. This does count for everything. Well, I am the logical type. Finally seeing her true self. She is more nervous than a scared rabbit. The defense can find no fault with this testimony. I am ready to make a ruling. Uh-oh. Please keep that in mind as you cross-examine Mr. Wright. Like somehow everything has swung to the exact opposite end of the scale again. That just means I have to put my weight into this and turn her logic upside down. Alright, Adrian. Alright. Would you say that your intuition was speaking to you? Don't confuse my methods of reasoning with your own. If you want to prove that someone did something, you need 3 things. 3 things? A motive, an opportunity to commit the crime, and finally, decisive evidence. And if you think these 3 things through, the answer becomes quite clear. You should have already known that, Phoenix. They didn't teach that to us in school, at least not from what I remember. May I continue now? She's nervous, but she is cunning. So would you say this need came from the press conference? Yes. Do you know why Juan chose that event and that hotel for the conference? Because that was when he could cause the most damage to the public's beloved Matt En Garde. And you knew of this plan, didn't you, Miss Andrews? Yes, because I was the one who set up the conference and prepared the costume. But I'm sure Mr. On Guard himself didn't know anything about the press conference. Oh, really? Can you show me any proof that he didn't know about the press conference? Anyway, the important thing here is that this information was not in your testimony. Yes, I agree. Miss Andrews, please correct your testimony if you please. Grasping at straws now, are we, Mr. Wright? I'll come back to that. But didn't you already testify earlier that Matt Ungar was taking a nap in his room? Are you telling me that now that you... Are you telling me now that that too was a lie so you could cover for Mr. Unguard? I'm not telling you anything of the sort. When I went to get him for the show, he honestly was sleeping. However, as to whether he was sleeping the entire time, that I cannot say. He was too busy setting up the stage at the time. Keep trying, but I can find no flaws with what Miss Andrews has said. Can't say the same for some people here in this courtroom, however. Wow! The judge is glaring straight at Mia. He's glaring at you, smart guy. You can hardly call the knife decisive evidence. The fingerprints on the knife could very well be a clever camouflage. And what about the button? Button? It's clear from the crime scene that the victim and his murderer fought. During the fight, the killer ripped the button from the Jammin' Ninja's costume. You're talking about this button, correct? That button was found in the pleats of Matt's Hakama, isn't that correct? I would think that it makes it very decisive evidence. Looks like you were outfoxed again, Mr. Wright. Anyway, the knife doesn't prove a thing. Please fix your testimony. I can't stand the sight of a man who can't gracefully accept his defeat. Goodness, Mia can still look at me. With an icy stare, yes. Miss Andrews, for Mr. Wright's sake, please add this information to your testimony. What you really did was stab the guy in the back, didn't you? And at the worst possible time. Who's to say she really stabbed the guy in the back, as you put it? The witness could have disclosed things about Mr. On Guard at any time. Key! Thank you for the raid, friend. How was your stream? Well, welcome in, everyone. How is your Monday going? Noctune with the resub of 3 months, oh man. Get some claps in chat. Howdy, Key. How are you doing? Noctune, how are you as well? What were you up to today? Maybe a meowdy. We're just in the middle of some more Ace Attorney. Good, up to more before we leave. Oh man, you're still going through that game. Sounds good. Oh man. And how is your Tuesday treating you? Do you hope it is good? It's a long, long running game. Oh, gooch. I'm glad it continues to be enjoyable for you. Yeah, it's like when you get into a game and it just hits just right. It's like you really can't put it down. You don't wanna stop it. I understand that. Oh man. I love city builders. Those are fun. Those are fun for sure. I mean, any kind of Sims can be like really fun, especially if they hit like just that one little thing, that one little itch that you've got. Very nice, very nice. Yeah, we are continuing through case 2-4, the final case of Ace Attorney Justice for All. And it's getting interesting. We have a few plot twists. Maya has been kidnapped, and we're being blackmailed into trying to get our client proved innocent, which what we were going to do, but we have no idea why. We need to be guaranteed to prove him innocent. And it turns out there's some subterfuge. There's some I will say, yeah, down here there is a trigger warning for anybody that there is talk of suicide, and there's like at least one cutaway about an indication of a previous character, and all that. So just for anyone out there that is a little sensitive, I understand. I knew since I was mentioning it so much yesterday with the case, it's like this is gonna keep getting brought up again and again, isn't it? So I just thought to put that out there for a trigger warning for anybody, just in case. Yeah, I know it's not like graphic, but at the same time, just the constant mention of it, little. But other than that, things are heating up. We're trying to corner our client's manager in order to say that she was the one that framed him for the murder, and maybe possibly did the murder herself. We'll see. We're trying to get this wrapped up in one day, because that is what the kidnapper asked of us, is to get a day 1 court acquittal. Oh boy. Yeah, thank you so much again for the raid key. It is much appreciated. I always appreciate you bringing over your community, but if you enjoy yourself and you also like other comfy streams like myself and Keys, I do encourage you to drop a follow. And also Noctune, thank you again for the resub of 3 months. It means so much. Enjoy your ad-free viewing, the sub emotes, and your badge. Yeah. We'll also be playing, I've also developed a new thing that seems to be taking off really well with people at the end of stream, is once we come to a stopping point in a couple hours with Ace Attorney here, we're going to play more words on stream. I've really been enjoying that. I know Key has been opening up her streams with that in the morning and such, so I know that her community will probably appreciate words on stream as well. But I found it's been a really good time for engaging with folks and just working together as a chat in order to essentially play Wordle together. Although, the funny thing is that Words on Stream has also been pushing some words with AutoMod, even though they're the correct words in that round, so... Oh man. That's been interesting, but it's been a good time. So if you do enjoy Words on Stream, and if you want to continue to just hang out and be comfy, I encourage you to stick around, and we will play Words on Stream a few hours later. But for now, the emote I have says, "We lawyer." Alright. Why then would she wait until there was a large audience before doing so? It's the same reason why Mr. Kurita planned such an elaborate conference. Miss Andrews wanted to cause Mr. Ungard as much damage as she possibly could. This witness bears ill will towards the defendant. This isn't the Phoenix Wright Wax Philosophical Power Hour. And please, stop slandering the witness. As I expected, Miss Andrews' testimony seems pretty solid. Really? Because to me it sounded a little wishy-washy. Wishy-washy? Well, I guess we'll see if I press a little more. You should know this by now, but you'll need strong, decisive evidence to make our talk. Got it, Chief. I'm going to ping you down this time, Miss Andrews. Okay, we'll press the news statements. Has Mr. Ungard done something to hurt or betray you personally? Why do you ask? You were the one who helped Mr. Kurita with his press conference. That event was supposed to bring down Mr. Ungard, yet you still helped out. The person on trial right now is Mr. Ungard, right? What the witness was thinking, helping the victim with his plan, is none of our concern. In any case, this means that the defendant had a motive to kill. Why do I keep doing this to myself? And how do you know that? When the ends of the thread on the button and the costume were matched up, they were found to fit together perfectly, or so I heard. I've heard that before too. But why would Miss Andrews know about this case down to such a fine detail? Don't look at me like that, just because I'm prepared and you are not. And I thought I had her this time for sure. If there's anything to trip her up on, it has to be here, but where and what? Fine. Button above the neck. Hmm. This is the victim's autopsy report. It clearly states that the cause of death was strangulation by a scarf. Strangulation? The knife stab to the victim was done after the victim had already died. What does that mean? Let's examine the evidence. This button has the victim's blood on it, which would mean that it was ripped off of the costume when? After the knife was stabbed into the victim. Exactly. Which means it is impossible that this button was torn off during the victim's final struggle, because the victim was strangled to death in that fight. Ah! That's right, Miss Andrews. There is no way this button was ripped off during the struggle. This button was consciously pulled off of the victim's already dead body. Order, order, what is the meaning? What is the meaning of this, right? So what if the button was torn off the body after the victim had already died? What does that change? Let me ask you one simple question, Mr. Edgeworth. Why was the button torn off? What purpose did that serve? Purpose? We now know that this button was not torn off during the fight, so the murderer took the time and effort to purposely rip this from the victim's body. That would mean that the murderer had something in mind, wouldn't it? Mr. Wright, does this mean you know what the murderer wanted to do with this button? What was it? There is only one logical reason for doing something like that. It was to pin the crime on Mr. Enguarde. There was no way anyone would have put a bloody button in their own pants. That's right, Mr. Enguarde was set up. By the real killer, of course. And the real murder is... Well, Mr. Wright, who in the world is the real killer, then? Finally. I can't believe I managed to bring this trial all the way up till this point. Phoenix, you can't let your guard down yet. Not until the very end. The real killer, the person who planned to frame Mr. Enguarde, is... Armitage. Miss Adrian Andrews. I choose you. You are Mr. Corita's killer. What? Order, order, order! Mr. Wright! This is a very grave matter. Do you have any evidence that supports your charge? Any evidence? All of the evidence points to Miss Andrews. How preposterous! You can't stick any of that on me! I can't, can I? Would you care to test me? Then what about this knife? The knife was used to stab the victim after he had already been strangled to death. It was used to throw suspicion onto Mr. Enguarde, naturally. A knife covered in the defendant's fingerprints could only be taken from his room. And the only one who had dinner with him and knew which knife to take was you. Then, what? What about the button that was found in Matt's hakama? This button was removed from the victim's body after he had already died. The only people who could have done so were the person who found his body or the killer. However, if Mr. Enguarde was the real killer, there was no way he would have put such incriminating evidence in his own hakama. Oh! This girl got a lot of spare glasses. The only person who could have put this button into Mr. Enguarde's hakama is the person who went to wake him up from his nap, which is you, yet again, Miss Andrews. I see. What about the empty guitar case? That is also another piece of evidence that incriminates Miss Andrews. That costume was to be used to hide the real killer's identity as they fled the crime scene. Now, who would have known that there was such a costume inside the guitar case? It could only have been the person who prepared the costume for the victim. And that person is you, Miss Adrian Andrews. No, Oh, she breaking. But Miss Andrews' fingerprints were nowhere to be found on the guitar case. And it was you who proved that she was not wearing gloves at the time. That's right. That's because she did not intend on leaving any prints. If anyone had found out that she had touched the case, they would have asked her why. So to avoid leaving any prints, she used a towel or something else to open it. But the glass of tomato juice is a different story. Miss Andrews purposefully left her fingerprints on the glass to show that yes, indeed, she was the classic dazed discoverer of a dead body. Ah! Do it again. And to top it all off, there is this photo. A photo of the killer as they exited the scene of the crime. No reasonable person on Earth can believe this Nickel Samurai is Mr. Enguarde. He would be much too short for his own costume if it was him. Speaking of how tall people are, Miss Andrews, you're also kind of short in stature, are you not? Please, stop. Well, how about it, Miss Andrews? Got her this time. Miss Andrews? I refuse to testify. Uh-oh. What was that? There's a law. It says I can't be forced to testify about something if it can't incriminate me. Oh boy. You talking about pleading the fifth? Well, yes. You are absolutely correct, Miss Andrews. The law does provide us with a way to avoid self-incrimination. By allowing a witness to not testify if the testimony can cause damage to themselves. What?! Pleading the fifth is not something most people would think to do on the spot. Actually, thinking back to yesterday in Mr. Enguarde's room. Adrian Andrews! Yes? Think hard about what we just discussed. Understood? Alright. That's it. That's when Franziska planted this idea into her head. She must have told Miss Andrews to not testify if things look bad. Did a good job proving everything up to this point, Phoenix. But there is still one thing you haven't done. Something I haven't done? What's wrong, right? Are you finished already? Run out of evidence? What is so humorous, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm sure you realize this as well, Your Honor. But everything the good lawyer here has proven up to this point is meaningless. What? Everything you have proven is circumstantial. Circumstantial? Yes, circumstantial. You have yet to provide a single piece of definitive proof. Proof that Miss Andrews did, in fact, harbor a wish to murder Mr. Kurita. Oh boy. Miss Andrews, did you want to kill Mr. Kurita? I believe this may lead me to incriminating myself, so I will abstain from answering. But Miss Andrews, if you do that, it would be the same as admitting your guilt, don't you think? Maybe so, or maybe not. There is nothing to prove it either way. Besides, you don't even know what crime I would be guilty of due to my silence. No! She's taking that defiant attitude again. Mia, what should we do? Somehow, we've landed in the worst possible situation. I think we have reached a certain conclusion at this point in time. Adrian Andrews has refused to testify, and the defense's theory that she is the actual murderer has not been fully substantiated with solid, definitive proof. But that's not true! In this situation, there is only one thing this court can do, and that is to declare a recess. A recess? I request that both the prosecution and the defense look further into this matter, and at tomorrow's trial. It's tomorrow! We don't have a tomorrow! If we don't get a not guilty verdict today, then... Please, wait, Your Honor. That's not necessary. The trial. Please continue the trial. What are you sweating for? Your client is getting one more day to live, isn't he? That's not it. This isn't about that. Edgeworth, I know you know who the real killer is. Please, let the trial continue. I don't get the verdict. and Maya. But it's impossible to continue as long as the witness refuses to testify. Now then, this court is... It is not impossible for this trial to continue. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you... It's true, Miss Andrews holds the right against self-incrimination. However, the topic of conversation were something unrelated to whatever she may be guilty of, and she has no right to withhold testimony. Yes, that is very true, but... Actually, there is one little thing that I'm curious about. Miss Andrews. When you found the victim's dead body, you poured yourself a glass of juice. Yes, and? I can't help but think how unnatural that is. Usually when one finds a body, they are shaken up, not stirring a glass of juice. So my actions were unusual? But I've already... Before you speak, I want you to state that if you have a reason behind your actions, I would like you to testify to that effect. Testify? Your Honor, I would like to request that the witness testify again as to what happened when she first discovered the victim's body. Whatever we find out in this testimony should in no way implicate the witness. True. Don't know what it is about Edgeworth today, but I can't get a good read off of him. Is he friend or foe? Just don't know. The court acknowledges the prosecution's request. Miss Andrews, if you please. Alright. We keep going. Sake of Maya. A glass of juice. I didn't really pour it for myself. I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in that messy state. Juan, he was sitting slumped over and tired-looking in the corner. When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice. When I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked over the flower vase. You poured that glass of juice for the victim. Why didn't you say so in your earlier testimony? I didn't think I needed to include something so trivial. Phoenix, please be careful here. If you can't find anything wrong with this testimony, then there's nothing left. I know. Edgeworth, what the heck is going on in that brain of yours? Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Hold on. They barely save often, kids. But there wasn't anyone else in the room, right? Of course not. Then, who did you pour it for? Mr. Wright, there is a rhyme and reason for everything. Can you wait just a little longer for it to be revealed to you? In other words, Wright, be quiet and listen. Precisely. I couldn't have said it better myself. So, it was a mess? Are you sure it wasn't messy because of your fight with Mr. Corita? I understand your frustrations at not being able to prove your theory. However, before you go accusing people of crimes, go find yourself some evidence. And then, what did you see next, witness? Slumped over? Yes, he was just sitting there with his head tilted forward, eyes closed. He really looked like he was sleeping. Is it just me, or did that right there sound a little odd? Then what did cross your mind? I thought maybe he had smashed everything up in anger because he lost the Grand Prix, and then felt tired after his rampage, so he decided to take a nap. Anyways, that's what I thought. See, so you didn't think he was dead at all? You thought he fainted? I thought he was asleep at first, but then the room was in such a messy state, I thought maybe he had gotten into a fight with someone. That's when you went to pour the glass of juice? Yes, he always has a hard time waking up. So Juan always has a glass of tomato juice to drink. See. And after that, what happened next? She knocked the vase. And how did you come to realize that he was, in fact, dead? I shook him over and over, but I never got a response. So I set the glass down on the dresser and tried to take his pulse. I was shocked and staggered backward and knocked the flower vase over. But that's what happened. Yes. This is what it all comes down to. Huh? This is the absolute end for both sides, and Adrian is letting her guard down. Phoenix, now is our best chance yet to kill the prosecution's case. Don't get a bit harsh, Miss Andrews. Can you tell us the truth this time? Dang it. Oh, shoot. Ew. We've gotten pretty far without a game over, but... Oof. Alright. Okay, the one thing he makes acknowledgement on is that it looked odd, which is like... it would look odd because if it looked exactly as the crime scene said, then wouldn't she have noticed the knife? Unless it wasn't there. There we go. Okay, just wrong statement. So you honestly didn't think he was dead when you found him? No, not at all. Even though this is what you saw when you discovered the body? Ah! What is the meaning of this? Isn't it obvious, Your Honor? There was a knife sticking straight out of Mr. Clarita's chest. Anyone who saw the scene would have immediately thought that he was a dead man. Well, you see... I doubt a single person in the world would mistake this for someone who fainted, and then so nonchalantly go pour something to drink. Your point is? Miss Andrews, your testimony just now, it was all one giant lie. Ah! And your lie has proven one thing very clearly, that you are the real killer. No! Looks like the defense has somehow brought the ugly truth to light. The defendant, Mr. Matt on guard, is not guilty after all. But that's impossible. You're wrong. Miss Andrews, try to have some composure. It wasn't me. It wasn't me, I tell you. It was Matt, I swear it. He's the one who killed Juan. But you were the one who refused to testify, and your reason for not doing so was that you might end up incriminating yourself. That's because... Miss Andrews, I will give you one last chance. What exactly are you hiding that may incriminate you? I refuse to testify. And there is no need for this court to continue any further. Mr. Matt Unguard's innocence has been clearly demonstrated. Is it over? Have we found the truth at last? What's wrong, Phoenix? Usually the real killer confesses his or her guilt. And now that I think about it, this is the first time someone hasn't. Now then, I would like to hand down my verdict for Mr. Matt Ungard. Your Honor, the prosecution feels that it would be premature to pass down a verdict at this time. What? The reason is quite simple. The witness has yet to speak the absolute real truth. The absolute real truth? What are you? Witness, don't you understand yet? Huh? I don't know who planted this silly idea in your head, but as long as you protect yourself through your silence, Matt Ungard will go free, and in his place, you will become the guilty party. That's a lie! I don't believe you! What? I was told if I spoke, then it would be all over, and Matt would never be declared guilty. What in the world is she talking about? Has she lost it? I can't speak about it. I'm too scared. It's Franziska von Karma. Huh? Don't you remember, Phoenix? Miss Andrews lives by gripping tightly onto the words of another. Because she doesn't have the strength to believe in herself. Then, right now, Miss Andrews is... Yesterday, she was tossed a lifesaver by Miss von Karma. Don't say a word, no matter what happens. If you do, Matt Ungard will be acquitted. Miss Andrews undyingly believed in those words right now, and is clinging on to them. Then what should we do? This is the first time I've ever come across anything like this. Miss Andrews has to be the killer, right? All we have to do now is get our not guilty. That is my only priority. It wasn't me. I'm begging you, please believe me. I didn't kill Juan. Help, please, someone, help me. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor? The court can't continue on like this, therefore I'd like to hear what you intend to do. I intend to do? Well, what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say? Right, I suggest you think very carefully about this. Think about what this witness did and what she did not do. Think about who is the real mastermind behind this crime. Who's the real mastermind? Isn't that obvious? There's no one else it could be except the woman crying over there. Right? Come now, what will you do? What kind of man are you, Mr. Phoenix, right? We want to get the not guilty, but at the same time... Rick is talking about a real mastermind, that's all. This doesn't seem right. So I feel like all we can do is... Somehow, if she's willing to talk... I have to win a complete acquittal today. There's no way around that. But... I can't bring myself to do it like this. Not when she's making a face like that. Miss Andrews, I would like to know what you were really hiding. Then, Mr. Wright, are you sure you know what you're doing? Sure, Mr. Enguarde would get an acquittal, but in his place you would be found guilty. Is this how you really want this trial to end? Be quiet. How dare you? You're trying to trick me. That's enough. I commend you for trying, Mr. Edgeworth. However, it's clear that the defense's theory is the truth. You're wrong. What a shame. I had hoped things wouldn't come to this, however. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Miss Andrews, since you absolutely refuse to testify, it falls on my shoulders to disclose this to the court. Stop. Mr. Edgeworth? This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. What? And because of this illness, she has tried to commit suicide in the past. Stop! Please stop! No matter how much you want to hide it, it's no use. I have the evidence right here. Ah! That's the second part of the suicide report. The attempted suicide report. What will you do now, witness? You know what I'm about to do, don't you? I will now reveal to the court the true nature of the pitiful woman known as Adrian Andrews. The secret of her dependent nature. Having other people know about it scares her more than anything else in the world. Please, please stop! I beg you! People find out. If people find out, If you're going to say you would choose death, that is of no concern to me. Edgeworth, how can you be so cold? However, before you die, I will pull the truth from your still breathing lips, no matter what I have to do. So, will you tell the court yourself, or shall I? Either is fine with me. Talk. Please, help me. Nothing matters anymore. When I first saw him, I really thought he'd fainted. Honest. When I realized he was dead, that was when I formulated my plan. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. And then, I stabbed Juan's dead body with the knife and ripped off the button. Just when I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience. And that's why I ended up using the Nickel Samurai costume. Now we're getting somewhere. Stab the body? A knife? But why would you do that? Isn't it obvious? To pin the blame on a certain person. A certain cowardly man. What do you mean by all of this? It might take this court a little while to understand, but this is the truth. The real killer is Matt. That scumbag of a man. I'll never forgive him. He's trying to escape his guilt again, just like last time. Last time? Miss Andrews stabbed the victim Juan Kurita in the chest with the knife. However, she didn't do it with murder in mind. She did it with the intent of framing Matt Enguarde for the murder. And this is her crime. What? How is this possible? I mean, wasn't Miss Andrews supposed to be the real murderer? Mr. Wright, please get over your shock and commence the cross-examination. Well, this changes things. Changes we save. But you could tell from the state the room was in that there must have been a fight. You're telling the truth when you say that you did not know he was dead? He had a scarf tied around his neck. And that scarf is a part of the Jammin' Ninja's costume, so I didn't think anything about it was strange. His head was also tilted down a bit, so I couldn't see his face that well. That's why I thought I'd wake him up, and went to pour the juice. What is this plan you had? I knew right away the murderer was Matt. I knew because, one, he was going to expose Matt's weakest weak point to the world. So Matt did this to stop Juan and silence him for good. That's when I thought I should forge some evidence and pin this crime on Matt. So the forged pieces of evidence were the knife and the button. The first thing that came to mind was to plant the knife. That you could get the knife, correct? The knife Matt used at dinner had his fingerprints all over it. I thought if I used that, then the police would certainly turn their eyes towards him. Matt was napping with his costume on at the time. I slipped in, took the knife, and returned to the scene of the crime. And then I stabbed Juan's dead body with the knife and ripped off the button. Oh. So you were the one to stab the victim with that knife? Gives me goosebumps to think about it now. What a horrible thing I did. But at the time, I couldn't control my own body. It moved on its own. Then when I stabbed Juan's dead body, I suddenly realized something. If I used the button somehow, I could make Matt look even more suspect. So you thought to rip off one of the buttons, and then plant it in Mr. Engarde's Hakama. Yes, that's what I had planned to do. But things never go that smoothly, do they? An inconvenience? There was a woman with a camera at the ready, loitering in the hallway. Willing to bet my spikes it was Lotta. There was also a woman with the ray gun at the ready, pacing back and forth. That's Miss Oldbag for you. I had already been caught and made into a big scoop for a certain weekly tabloid once, so I couldn't very well go out looking like myself and get caught again. You were the one who prepared that costume, weren't you? Yes, I took it from Global Studios. I also put it into Juan's guitar case the day before the award ceremony. You did this in preparation for the press conference, correct? Yes, Juan wanted to wear that costume and hold a press conference in it. He was going to disclose Matt's big secret there. And what is this secret? That I don't know. Anyway, I thought that if I were to leave Juan's room in the nickel samurai costume, then people would think that Matt was the real murderer. I was very careful not to leave any fingerprints when I opened the guitar case. I absolutely did not want anyone to know about the costume. I think we've heard enough. So, after that, you went back to Mr. Engarde's room and planted the button? Into Matt's Hakama? Yes. After that, I folded up the costume I was wearing and put it into a bag. Then I stuck it out of the hotel and got rid of it. My word. What does all this mean? Mr. Edgeworth, is it? The real criminal is Matt Engarde. Yesterday, that woman prosecutor sat me down for a talk. Ziska, huh? She said that I should, under no circumstances, confess to what I have done. And if I just kept quiet, then Matt would be found guilty for sure. I had no choice but to believe in her words. What this witness has done is clearly unlawful. However, as long as her testimony stands, we can be certain she is not the real killer. Wait, Your Honor. The defense still... Right. It's pointless. At this point in time, it is not possible to indict Miss Andrews on anything. Yes, exactly. There isn't a single piece of evidence that points to her as the murderer. The cross-examination of this witness is over, and so is today's trial. You couldn't establish that the witness was the culprit. Please, let it go, Mr. Wright. But... Mr. Edgeworth, please place Miss Andrews under arrest for further questioning. Understood, Your Honor. The prosecution will arrange for her detention immediately. That is all. Court is adjourned for today. No! Today's trial. It's over. And I didn't win an acquittal. Goodness, would you mind if I asked you something? Edgeworth? What is it? Before you leave court today, I wondered if I might look at one thing. The card in your hand. It's had my interest for quite some time now. What exactly is it? Oh, this? Mr. Wright also asked about this. Although I didn't remember it at the time you asked me about it, Mr. Wright. I remembered just now. I found this in the room on that day. The room? That day? Yes. I found this card when I discovered Juan's body. It was lying there right next to him. Found that card next to the victim's body? I suppose I must have unconsciously slipped it into my pocket. And it's not as if this card has any relevance to Juan's murder, right? Yeah, I guess not, but it's still a strange card, if you ask me. But as far as a clue to this case, I don't see why. Witness, that card! Give it to me, hurry! Edgeworth? Do you have any idea what you have stupidly, yet inadvertently done? I can't believe you hid this from me all this time! I didn't mean to. What is all this about? Never seen Edgeworth so emotional before. That card. What in the world is it? And what does it mean? Cliffhanger! Oh boy. Oh. Things are getting interesting because not only did she find that card, but we saw a card almost exactly like it when we were Maya and wherever she was being held. So, find out what's significant it has. Okay, but we have been going for about 2 hours. I need to stand up and take a stretch break. We also need to run ads to turn off free rolls. So we are going to do all that. If you give me about 3 minutes, we will continue. I guess we'll find out about the card and the fate of Maya. Yeah, in just a few minutes and we will be back. Alright, the ads are up, so we are back. And thank y'all for your patience again. It is really important to stretch. I don't know what it is, whether it's how the couch like treats my posture, because it's like if I sit back, I kind of sink. It kind of tends to make my back sit at a curve rather than straight. And then it's like if I sit up at the edge, it like impacts my tailbone and such, where it's like it's uncomfortable away. So I'm just trying to figure out what best posture is. So, and stretching is important, whether you have been moving around a lot, sitting down a lot, and whatnot. You just gotta listen to you know? Stretching and warm ups and cool downs are important for a reason. Again, even if you've been sitting down for a while, making your muscles and your joints sit in one position for so long can take its toll equally. You're like constantly moving them in the same direction, the same motion over. I should know. When I was on my feet for 10 days in a row as a pharmacy technician, I know the cartilage in my knees was really starting to wear out by like day 8. I was in like soreness and pain that couldn't be helped until I took some whatever it was. Just remember to take care of you and all that. Of course, stay hydrated. Right. Try to do. And it's like the other thing is, since I'm playing this on keyboard most, like I can control it all by keyboard, my hands like constantly stay like down here. Desk. So I guess that might be another reason it's awkward. Thinking if what if I used a blanket to elevate it? Hmm. Hold on, folks. I'm thinking. Trouble solving on the fly, doing it live. Do it here, and I want it to be at a natural position, as to not injury. Top of that, put on a pillow. Again, things will be better whenever I can actually get a real desk, like things situated. Again, for now, do things on the fly. Hopefully this will help. Please take my tail hard edge of the sofa where I'm sitting in order to make my back sit up straight and not be. All right. Thank you all for your patience and understanding. And again, it's healthy to do. All right, let's see what Edgeworth. Let us see what Edgeworth has to say about the mysterious card that Miss Andrews has been holding on to this whole time. But before that, we save again just to be safe. And we need to wait and hear from the killer. Mr. Maya! Mr. Maya! Or Pearl! Kind of forgotten about her since I guess we had Mia there. There. There, Pearls. I can't take it anymore. Look, it'll be alright. Everything may still work out. Hmm? The condition was that we had to get a not guilty verdict. Sec. I thought this had a kickstand, but I guess it did. Now. And so far, the kidnapper has kept his word and hasn't hurt Maya. And he won't because Mr. Enguarde hasn't been given a guilty sentence yet. They're just crying those big tears, just like, oh. Cheer up, we don't have time to stand around crying. We have to get going. Now, Phoenix, I know you need her to stop crying. You've got to get a move on, but at least don't, like, tell her to cheer up. That's like, hey, your situation or your feelings aren't as bad as you think they are. Come on. Anyway, that's another discussion for another day. You're right. Mystic Maya is in much more pain than I am. Yes, that's right. So, hey, you guys, I'm glad I caught you, pal. Gumshoe! Mr. Scruffy Detective. Oh boy, looks like Detective Gumshoe has been dubbed Mr. Scruffy Detective in Pearl's book now. Just plain old Mr. Dick Gumshoe now, and I came to talk to you, pal. Oh no. Did he really get the can? Kinda busy right now. Well, so what are you going to do from now on? What do you mean, pal? Well, you've been fired, right? Do you have a new job lined up yet? Oh, that. What am I supposed to do now, pal? I don't have anything coming in at all until my next payday. What are you talking about? You don't have another payday. Oh. I guess that means I'm just gonna have to work here at your place, pal. Say what? You'll be searching for things that will prove Mr. Edgeworth is Mr. Enguarde's innocence all day, right? Well, yeah. So yeah, I'm going to help you, pal. I've got lots of experience in investigating and watching over people's places. And I'm great at making really simple meals, pal. I'll take care of it all. Oh. Come on, Mr. Nick, let's let Mr. Scruffy Detective take care of things. Okay. By the way, what's your best dish? Instant noodles, pal. Why am I surrounded by people who only eat cheap, unhealthy foods? That was the first time I've ever seen Mr. Edgeworth act like that. Never thought he'd say something like he didn't care if Miss Andrews killed herself. And why that's there. He said that? That's horrible! Because of him doing that, we've got the truth finally. Truth? Andrew's last testimony. Wonder if that was the truth. I'll give you that there was nothing strange in her testimony itself, but I still think there's something fundamentally wrong with the whole thing. You mean about that thing, pal? Would she wanna... No, I mean almost need to frame Matt. I couldn't figure out that from anything she said all day. And you're saying that testimony is a lie? Not a lie, per se. It just feels like there's more here than meets the eye. But that's what Mr. Edgeworth would like us to believe. That's such a dirty trick. Even that woman prosecutor was better than that. Oh yeah, I guess we should check up on her, because she did get shot in the shoulder. Ziska von Karma. Speaking of Miss von Karma, do you have any more information on her condition? Wasn't she shot this morning? Miss von Karma was shot today on the way to the trial by a pistol, pal. But she's going to be fine, right? I mean, Edgeworth said she was in stable condition, but... Well, she was shot in the shoulder, so she's okay and still hanging in there. Should be done taking the bullet out, so she's probably resting at the hospital. Which one? What? Are you going to visit her, pal? No. Well, I was kind of thinking about it. Hey, you've actually got a heart, don't you? She looked like she was being tortured to death not being able to go to trial today. So maybe it'd be good for her if you went and let her whip you for a bit, pal. No! Let's go let her whip us, Mr. Nick! No! I refuse! No, I'm definitely not going. Let's see. The name of the hospital. Oh yeah, the Hottie Clinic. Oh no! I can't speak for the staff, but I know that there's one guy there that's both a little off his rocker and a little perverted. Oh boy. That name sends a chill down my spine. Well, I guess it can't hurt to stop by and say hi. Oh boy. We'll go bottom top. How about that? Never thought I'd come back to this place. Yeah, so you're here to visit a patient? Hi. Wait a second, you're... yes, I'm Director Hati. Ho ho. Why are you still here? Excuse me. Yes, what is it? Can I help you? You can tell me. Yes. Director Hati. Edgeworth. Yes, I'm Director Hati. Oh, you're the man from this morning. Yes, what is it? Huh? Director, Franziska. How is Franziska von Karma? You don't need to worry. Yes, she's in good hands. Because you see, I'm personally taking good care of her. Yes. I will get the pan out on you! Yes, and that surgery, it went well. You have my gratitude. Looks like Edgeworth doesn't know about this director and his secret. He looks so pitiful, absolutely terrified. Yes. But I understand. Yes, her opponent was a gun after all. And when I snuck up on her real secret-like, she would scream really loud. Ugh! Put your hands away, good sir! See. But she's really cute, too. When I do that, she'd whip me with her whip, Boy, did I cry like a baby. Yes, but I think I could get used to it. Can someone get the pan on this man? Like, just... Nah! Well. Good enough. Go back to your room. You're so mean, So mean, my Friska. But that's good to... Ah! Okay, yes. It's time for my IV drops. Yes. Get out of here. Ding dong. And what are those tulips doing in your hands, Mr. Phoenix Wright? I knew I shouldn't have come here. I was shot in the front of a courthouse with my right shoulder. It's no big deal. This sort of thing happens all the time. Getting shot happens to you all the time? What? I even had full intentions of running the trial this morning. But that would have been too much for you. No need to act tough in front of us, you know. Regardless, I was dragged here by that man over there. He was so unyielding, one has to wonder if he was simply interested in stealing my case. The only logical course of action, given the bullet was still lodged in your shoulder. By taking over the case, I found myself having to clean up after you in that irresponsible deal you made. Oh, snap! I think I know what deal he's referring to. Miss Von Karma, you made a deal with Miss Andrews yesterday, didn't you? I don't know what you mean. In order to make sure you got your guilty verdict on Mr. Enguarde, you told Miss Andrews to not testify in court today. I don't know what you're talking about. Do you have proof that I made such a deal? You're denying it? It looks like you were lucky, Mr. Phoenix Wright. If I had been in court today, this trial would already be over. All while hiding Mrs. Andrews' own crime? That isn't my problem, whether she had tampered with the evidence or not. I have only one objective, to find Enguarde guilty of murder. The end justifies the means, Mr. Phoenix Wright. The end justifies the means. Ooh. I'm sorry, what school did you go to, child? Miss Von Karma. Adrian Andrews believed you when you said, "You don't tell the truth of what really happened, then Enguarde will be found guilty." And what does that have to do with me? Because of that, she is now in danger of being found guilty herself. All because she believed in your words until the very end. Still has nothing to do with me. She's just a weak person, that's all. But you had to know she was... Ow! I think visiting hours here are about over. So if you'll excuse me. Child. What's wrong? Why did she suddenly cut you off? Probably because she thinks I had the advantage in that argument. Edgeworth. What's up, dude? What happened today at the trial, Edgeworth? That was not like you at all. I mean, I know you knew about Mrs. Andrews' condition. You could have made her testify as many times as you wanted, but to go that far... she wouldn't testify about that until I said something. Listen, Bright. The courtroom is a garden of judgment. I am putting myself on the line when I stand in there. And that's why I made the witness do the same. It's only natural. By the way, Edgeworth, you were really angry in court today, and that's rare for you. Witness, that card. Give it to me. Hurry. Do you have any idea what you have stupidly yet inadvertently done? Yes, I can't believe you hid this from me all this time. He was angry. That card. What in the world is it? Mean this? Listen, Wright. This is top secret information. You absolutely cannot leak this. Special Investigations Team has existed for a number of years, but few know of it. I understand. Their task is to find the owner of this card, a man called Shelly the Killer. And just as his name states, he is a killer, an assassin, the best at that. An assassin? But the killer? So who is this Shelly the Killer? The Killer is the name of a long-standing line of assassins. Long-standing? The name first appeared about 100 years ago, I hear. Okay. Shelly is the professional name of the third heir to the Killer name. Because his professional name is Shelly, he leaves cards with a shell on them? He has a habit of making sure to leave a card by the body of his victim. How would he do something like that? I think it's a part of his duty to his clients. His duty? If he leaves a card, then his clients can be assured it was he who killed the victim. It also serves as insurance against any charges being pushed onto his clients. See, the killer values the trust between his clients and himself above all else. It seems that this is one honorable assassin with a moral conscience. Guess even honorable assassins can exist. So, you think this assassin, you think he's the one who did the killing in this case? It would appear that way. The discovery of the card basically confirms it, wouldn't you agree? Shelly the Killer, huh? I noticed something at the trial today. You were behaving in a very strange manner. Is something the matter? Yes, just tell him. Maya. She's been kidnapped. Kidnapped? What does the kidnapper want? An acquittal. See, I had no idea. I will prepare a rescue team as soon as possible and resolve this by tomorrow. Oh, really? Did you hear that, Mr. Nick? Then Mr. Edgeworth is going to... Stop trying to console me, Edgeworth. I don't need your pity. Mr. Nick. There's no way you can find her. We don't even have a single lead to go on. There's only one way to save her. I have to get an acquittal somehow. It's the only way. Right. Listen. I need to know something. Juan Corrida was killed by Shelly the Killer. And the client who ordered the job. Matt Ungard. Your own client. Please stop. I can't listen to you. I can't believe that. See. Well, if you want to continue your investigation, you will need this. What is it? The hotel right now is restricted to police personnel only. We are looking for any clues that might lead us to Shelly the Killer. If you take this with you to the hotel, I'm sure they will let you enter. Oh. In any case, I must attend to the preparation for Maya's rescue team. We'll meet again if anything should happen. Now, if you'll excuse me. Mr. Nick? Do you think Mr. Ungard hired an assassin? No way. I mean, he doesn't have a Cyclops. Yeah, I guess not. Maya, please. I ask as you make it home, safe and sound. Hey. I guess even kidnappers can be a little clumsy. Oh! Clumsy enough to drop a card like this for me. And even though he said he was an assassin, I bet he's just making that up, like how Nick does with everything in court. Oh, Maya, if only you knew the truth! Anyway, let's try out the card trick with this card I just found. Sounds like I got the door open. Okay, time to go take a look around. Hurry. What is this place? Got a feeling I'm not in the hotel anymore. Those videos over there? Well, I'll worry about that later. For now, I should be looking for clues. That way I can show them to Sis and maybe get out of here. Interesting. Is that a teddy bear? That's weird. What's a figurine doing on a sofa in a place like this? I think it's a bear. Aw, how cute. But it's got a lot of cuts and slits on it. I wonder if it's some kind of puzzle or something. There's a framed picture sitting on this coffee table. Picture of a woman. It's kind of pretty. Hey, it looks like something's written here. Let's see. I think it says, "With love, Celeste." Whose house are we in that has a picture of a dead woman? I bet this could be a clue. Oh boy. It's so dark in here that I can barely see, but... Child, there's a light on the wall right there! Don't you say it's dark. These kind of feel like videotapes. All of them. Just what kind of room is this? Wow, I've never seen a TV this big before. Now where's the power button? Phooey, it's busted. I would so die a Happy Samurai fan if I ever got to see the Nickel Samurai on a TV like this. Ah, I can't believe I just made a joke about dying, all things considered. I mean, you gotta laugh to keep from crying, right? That is a big satellite. What is this thing? An antenna, I guess? And this is a VCR? Sure, a lot of electronic gadgets here. But what is an antenna doing? Oh, hey, it's a computer. I've never really used one before. I have no idea where the power switch on this thing is. Crap. Here goes my plan to use this to somehow get out of here. Well, can't say you didn't try, child. Locked, of course. It doesn't look like I can use the card to open this door. There's a little hole at the bottom of the door. If only I was a little skinnier, then maybe I'd be able to crawl through there. I don't know, if that dog door is taking up an entire panel in a wooden door, I feel like Maya would at least be able to, like, stick her head through or something. Oh, this simply will not do. I cannot have you wandering around at will. Yeah! Oh gosh. It seems that your Mr. Wright is truly concerned about you. He is? For now, I would suggest you remain cooperative. If you cannot, there are ways in which I can help you. Ways? You mean, dead men tell no tales is how the saying goes. Dead? I'm almost certain I told you on our first meeting. I am an assassin. No way. You're lying. I mean, an assassin? People are not always who they appear to be. Nick! Oh boy. Mr. Nick? Oh yes, Pearls. bottom of my thoughts about Maya's situation. Mr. Edgeworth has left, you know. Yes, for now, I have no choice but to believe in Mr. Ungard. I think I should listen to his story one more time. Alright, let's get going too. Okay. I love pearls. Okay. Getting bottom to top. Wow, everybody looks really busy with something or another. They're probably strengthening the evidence for tomorrow's trial. Hey, hurry up with that, will ya? Pass that victims list around. Gotta be kidding, there's over 100 people on here. Mr. Nick? Mr. Ungard really that big and bad of a criminal? Actually, Pearls, never mind. It sounds like they're working on a different case. You mean the Shelley the Killer case? Oops. This is fun. I'm sorry, but visiting hours are over for today. What? Oh. Too many questions I need to ask. I'm sorry, but I'm Phoenix Wright, a lawyer for one of the... You're Mr. Wright, you say? Oh, yeah, there's a message here for you. Message? It's from Matt Ungard. Ah, here you are. What did he write? Is it something really important? Don't know. Well, let's see what it has to say. Mr. Lawyer Dude, I've got something really important to tell you. Why do I feel uneasy all of a sudden? Oh, Mr. Wright. So, actually, I have a favor to ask of you. I have this cat named Shu. I didn't put out a lot of food when I left the house, so he's probably pretty hungry. You think you could drop by my house and feed Shu for me, dude? My house is just a little ways down from the hotel, alright? We gotta go see a kitty cat? Alright, somebody needs to trigger pup time with cat emotes. Or just post any cat emotes you've got. This is terrible. Let's hurry. We have to feed his cat. I'm sure poor Shu's stomach is growling by now. Yeah, I guess. Oh. Client's request is a request. Guess I should go check up on his cat. Oh. Okay, we'll go there in a second. First, let's go to the hotel real quick. Shu will be there in a second, I promise. Alright now, Mr. Nick. Let's go look for clues. We have to, for Mystic Maya's sake. You shall not pass! Sorry, who is this, Gandalf? Oh, no, it's worse. This old bag. Don't devalue my name and turn it into a gasp, you spiky-headed pedophager. Because of you, I've been made to look like the bad guy again, although I did get a piece of gum from Edgy Boy, just as he promised. But what I really wanted was something much more valuable. I wanted Edgy Pooh's heart. I wanted it all for me. It's all your fault. You've awakened the wild beast inside of this old bag. Miss Old Bag. Keep your hands off of me. This helmet is airtight. No airs get in and no air gets out. Then why do you keep putting it on? Don't think you can get me to move with silly questions. You're going to have to defeat me if you want to get by. Slide. I'm not hearing this. Ha! You're a million light years too early to be asking me questions, whippersnapper. Huh, looks like the only way I'm going to be getting an investigation done is to first do something about this kooky alien. Fine. Know what I gotta do. Oh. Is she gonna take it because it probably bears Edgeworth's signature? Is that it? Maybe if I show her this letter I got from Edgeworth. This old bag, if you would look at... What? You want me to look at this worthless piece of... Edgy Poo! Is that her perfume, Pheromone d'Amour I smell? Ugh. Let's see here. Would you please allow this unsophisticated young person to conduct his investigation? Edward! He's driving a bus and throwing us under it. Yours truly, Miles Edgeworth. Yours truly? That man's good at flattery. Fine, but only because Edgy Poo said so. You understand? I just thought of something I have to do. Remember, no messing around. You do anything bad and I won't let you off the hook. Or what? You'll get us with your ray gun? Lady. It looks like she has strong feelings for Mr. Edgeworth. Maybe, but you know nothing's going to come of it. That's so mean, Mr. Nick. Feelings are meant to be told and shared. Oh. Time we talk about love, I always end up with a handprint on my face somehow. So anyway, let's continue our investigation. Okay. Lady. What? What now? One little thing before I forget. You can't go into On Guard's room today. Why? The police's main investigation team is going to be in there all day, you hear? Wonder if they're the team in charge of investigating the killer. Don't go in there. Set one foot in there and you'll face the wrath of Wendy Oldbag. Oh no. Who are you? Looks like we're the only ones here. And yet, the hotel seems so busy somehow. Oh, because the police team is scouring for clues about the killer. Hey, city boy! Lotta, you're still here? Reckon course! An investigative photographer eats her stars in her ability to snap up the scoop, yeah? Uh-oh. And this hotel just has that aura of mystery. You know, like something's always about to happen. But, do you have a camera? Rec given! Photographers gotta have cameras out the ear like corn to be a pro, you know? I'm hanging around here. Speaking of cameras and feeding the mouth, do you have mine, you bread thief? Why can't you drop that thief thing already? Fine. Gee, I guess you don't want your camera back. I want to ask you about the night of the murder. What, you really gonna shell out the bucks for the info I got? Lotta, you were loitering in this hallway the night of the murder, were you not? Well, kinda, but... Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes. I didn't exactly hang around here the entire time, you know. Followed a few stars around. Got a few autographs, shook a few hands, had a soda pop with a few of them too. Like she wasn't here the entire time that night. Security lady also wasn't in this hallway the whole time either. Guess this means there's no one who can tell us who came and went that night. Dang it. A lot of help you are! So, about the note that was inside your camera case. Oh, that ditty I wrote? Yeah, can I believe what you've written? You mean the stuff about On Guard shoving his manager lady onto Corrida? Yeah. Oh, well, I reckon you best not believe in that. What? Look, I sort of wrote that on a whim, you know, writing whatever came to mind. Whatever came to mind? Yeah, when you get down to it, it's just a lot of random bulldooters. Hey, what's with you? Why are you staring at me like my grandpa used to? Hey, why do you look like you suddenly got older, too? Hi, Mike. Yes, you are lurking. You have requested 5 minutes of voice acting. Fine. Probably on the most fitting character, too, I suppose, for me. Okay. I'll leave you to your lurk and hopefully enjoy this voice acting. Alright, 5 minutes on the timer. My baby! My $1,600 baby! What's with that red-coated prosecutor anyhow? The guy told me it was evidence and refused to give it back to me. Well, that's kinda how it is. Hey, you're that redcoat's friend, ain't you? So put in a few good words for me and get me back my camera. You want me to do what? Listen, nag the guy real good for about 5 hours and I'll guarantee he'll give it back. But you do your own dirty work. Well, I reckon it's time for me to get going. Tabloid photographer without a camera is just a tabloid, huh? Yeah, I guess so. Keep yourself together out there, you hear? I'm coming to see you in court tomorrow. Okay, I'll see you then. And you too there, little one. Keep up the good work, okay? Okay. Don't be picky about your food now. Okay. And make sure you do all your homework, you hear? Okay. And if you happen to find yourself a camera, make sure you bring it right to me. Would you please just leave already? Dang it, Lotta. You're a lot of trouble is what you are. I bet they gave her that name just to be able to make those puns. I'm here for it. And again, all the bears. Mr. Nick? What is that otherworldly, ghastly moaning? I hate evil ghosts. I don't think it's a ghost. Maybe it's a demon? Excuse me, watch what you're calling a demon, brat! Ah! Zoinks, it's the alien! What are you calling an alien? Dang it, old bag. Oh, it's just you, Miss Old Bag. What are you doing here? What's wrong with youngins today? I came down here to pay my respects to my poor wine and you're disturbing me. Dang it, lady. Please talk to me about the night of the murder, just one more time. I talked about it plenty at the trial. I was fooled, tricked, deceived by that fraud of a photographer and her note. She was loitering around here with that imbecilic look on her face. That imbecilic look on her face? Okay, got it. Now, hold on a second there, you little pipsqueak. If you're going to take notes, at least make me sound better than that. Alright. Now I've seen everything. But you know, I was working that night too, doing my job, minding my own business. It was not like I had time to waste standing around here the whole night. I was wondering if you could tell me a bit more about Mr. Kurita. He was the most popular star, you know, especially where it counts in my book. I heard that he was lagging behind in the polls against Mr. Ungar. Well, that's just a recent thing. Bad luck and all that, you know. But he was going to become an even bigger star than he was used to be. Look, just look at the mountain of presents. It's a show of the mountain of feelings all his fans had for him. Yeah, the mountain is pretty big, and certainly nothing to shake a stick at. Mr. Nick? What is it, Pearls? The presents. They're all bears, right? Got a point. There isn't a single thing here that isn't a bear. All of Mr. Kurita's presents from his fans seem to be bears. Oh, that's because you can't think of wine without thinking about bears. Bears? The bears. You don't know? When my dear Juan was training, he fought barehanded with a bear. He refused to give in and let the bear win, but after the fight, they became friends. Wow, what a heartwarming story. Look, it's just like in those young people's dramas. I can see those two tuckered out, down by a river going, you sure can't fight. You too, bub, you too. Did all that really happen? It's in his biography, bub. What a load of crock. So ever since then, fans have been giving him bears as presents. Yeah, nice. Bears. Well, you'll excuse me, I'm gonna look around. Find me. Looks like Mr. Kurita had dinner that night. This bottle, it's tomato juice. Up. And there it is. Thank you for your well-spent duck bucks, Mike. It is appreciated. You probably did catch the game at a good time in order to pull that off, so Southern accent and Granny and girls, so had a lot of food at the award show that night, and I wonder if the stars had gone on stage after only eating a meager meal like this. Say that before? Bottles of cosmetics are scattered all over the floor. This is probably where Mr. Kurita fought as a sailor. These glass shards. Probably from the glass vase Miss Andrews knocked over. So, the Nickel Samurai's costume was in here? Yeah. Can't believe Mr. Kurita went so far just to say bad things about Mr. Ungard. Well, it was a press conference, so we had to go in costume. But weren't Mr. Ungard and Mr. Kurita friends? Weren't friends. They couldn't be friends because they were rivals. So a rival is someone who is a strong enemy? Rose is really fired up over this, and I don't have an answer for her. A beautiful wine glass, and there's tomato juice in it. Ew, tomato juice. I don't really like it much. A bottle of it on the table over there. That's probably where this came from. That's a bed. Wait. We've seen this before. Hold on. So messy. Electronics. There's. Dang it, Mo. So nothing new in here. Unless we get it from, old bag. Come on, you old bag. Yeah, I get the feeling there's not anything we're gonna get out of her right now. It's kind of looking like there's nothing else to see that we haven't already observed. Well, there's nothing to do, but... Guess we can go check on the kitty cat. Sure is dark. I'll go turn on a light. Wow, so this is what a star's house looks like. Must be nice to be rich. Come on, Mr. Nick, let's find Shoo, the kitty cat. Shoo! Oh! Oh! Look at the kitty cat! It's so adorable! I guess this is Shoo. Oh, what a lovely cat. Hello, Shoo. Oh. Cat seems to like pearls. Pardon me. May I help you with something, Mr. Oh, we're lawyers. Actually, I'm Mr. Ungard's lawyer.
Master.
And you must be Mr. Wright. Yes. Ah, it's a pleasure to meet your wonderful self. I am the family butler, John Doe. Like heck you are. I've seen Maya's side, I know what you're up to. Nice to meet you. You must know all sorts of things about Mr. Ungard, right? Honestly, sir, I don't believe my master is capable of such a foul deed as murder. And, anything else? No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the master or his affairs. Not typically butler-like as it were. He does a good job of playing the role of a butler. Mr. Doe, how long have you served at this residence? Well, sir, I would have to say, maybe about 1 year. And, anything else? No, not especially. It's not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of himself and his affairs. You know, I would have thought Mr. Ungard the kind to have a maid over a butler. It's a very cute cat you've got here. It is my duty to take care of him. The master rather fancies Shoo. And, anything else? No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the family cat. Well then, I guess I don't need this piece of scrap paper anymore. Well, I'm afraid I must take my leave of you now. Oh, we should probably get going ourselves. Ah, so young and yet already so accomplished, the master of law. But there is also a lot to be proud of in being a butler in charge of the house and all. Thank you for the compliment, sir. People are not always who they appear to be. He said the same thing to Maya. Assuming that this is supposed to be like your clue, I mean, if his appearance wasn't already. Now, if you'll excuse me. But then... why would he send us here if he knew the butler was taking care of the cat? It almost doesn't make any sense. I guess we can look around here. Wow. This better be some sure suspenders. Sure suspension right there. The giant bicycle is flying through the air. A bicycle pearls is one where you don't have to pedal and it moves on its own. Really? Wow! Sorry to disappoint you, but it can't fly. Oh, that's too bad. Looks to have some steel samurai or samurai memorabilia lying around. Oh, there's a giant cooking hearth here. That's actually a fireplace. How are they different, Mr. Nick? No? I've never actually seen a hearth before, come to think of it. You should come and visit Fay Manor then. I'll show you one when you do. It's a very comfortable and spacious lounge set. I wonder if famous stars drop by and sit around and have a good time. In any case, I don't really belong here, do I? Urgh, what is with me in feeling inferior today? Oh, Phoenix, you're not inferior. Ah, there are masks here. Yeah, that one in the middle is the Steel Samurai. Ones next to it are the Pink Princess and the Evil Magistrate. They fought many battles against the backdrop of New Old Tokyo. Wow, you really know a lot about the Steel Samurai, Mr. Nick. Know whether to laugh or cry that I know more about that show than a kid. Else? There's a small door at the bottom of this bigger door, Mr. Nick. That is for Mr. Ungard's cat to use. Oh, you mean Shu? The door. It's locked tight. Well, I guess that's to keep nosy people like me from entering it. No way. That's too neat of a coincidence. Alright. Anything else? Anything else? I mean, at first we ran into what's his face. Saw the cat door. It's locked. I don't know. But we'll see. Alright. Are you back yet? Oh. Okay, then we're missing something. Oh yeah, do you know about this card? Card? Edward, for some reason, went pale the instant he saw this card. Hey, I know what this is, pal. You? No matter what way you look at it, I'd say it's a picture of a shell. That's it? Oh yeah, that's right. Mr. Edgeworth really likes those cooked snail things. What are they called again? Escargot or something like that? Mr. Nick! I think we just solved the mystery of why Mr. Edgeworth's face turned pale, right? As I suspected, Gumshoe has no clue. Have you heard anything from the kidnapper? No, not yet. I'm sure once he hears what happened at the trial today, he'll call Pal. But remember, you can't provoke him when you get to talk to him. True. Okay. There's something else I'm missing, I know it. We were able to go to the hotel. We didn't really get any new or updated clues. Let me just make sure. Around. The chief. This must be the chief the detectives here. Glued to his computer screen. What? Asa Uterine Karma was shot in front of the courthouse? Who did it? Who shot her? A sneaking suspicion that even Gumshoe could do this guy's job. Badger! Is... Very well. Now why do you want to work for our company? That would have to be because I feel like I helped this company grow. Training. Desks. Meter. Okay. And to double check, never know, could be other some sort of clue here. Okay, we've been back to the office, we've been to the lobby. Just look here. The stage where they were going to use for the post-ceremony stage show. After the show, there was supposed to be a press conference. At the press conference, really the victim, Long Kurita, trying to disclose something about Mr. Ungard. If they're both heroes, why would they do something so unheroic? They may look like heroes on the outside, but on the inside, they're only human. These cameras must belong to the press that came to cover the conference. They're all basically doing the same thing, staring at the end of the stage. Lobby with the grand staircase always feels enormous. Right now, the only thing filling this enormous room is anxiety about... I really hope nothing bad happens here. Alright. Gotta eliminate all possibilities. I want to eat a meal with Mystic Maya again. Yeah, me too. Whenever I watch Mystic Maya eat like she does, it makes me happy about eating, and then I can eat a lot. Well then, how about after we wrap up this case, we all go out for a huge 20-course feast? Okay, let's work really hard then. Sure is one luxurious hotel. What's the point of gaudy without putting together everything fancy in it? It's fabulous. Circus. Clear. We've read this. Regrets about going. Sticks out. So. Oh! Uncle Bear, and I say it's barely 8 o'clock! Okay. What is that infernal racket? It's one of the presents going off. Sounds like it's already 8 p.m. Way past your bedtime. That startled me. I thought I was going to die for a second. 8 p.m. That's the time when the awards ceremony ended that night, remember? Sure flies. Hard to believe it's been 2 days since the ceremony. Uh-oh. Transceiver. Hello? Hello? This is not a phone. Maya. How is Maya? You haven't heard her, have you? It seems you were not able to fulfill your end of the bargain, Mr. Attorney. I have heard the news. So it would seem my present did you no good. No! Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! One more day, please! All I ask is for one more day. I'll get a not guilty verdict for sure this time. Please! I suppose if I must. I need that acquittal more than anything else, after all. Please. Please, let Maya say something. I want to hear she's alright. Alright. Then... a little... What is with the static all of a sudden? Hello? Hello? Seems... bad. Connect... Dang it! Did the transceiver just suddenly break? Excuse me. What happened? I don't know. All of a sudden it became nothing but static. Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! Why did the transceiver suddenly break like that? I should probably have an electronics expert look at it. The sooner the better. Well... I mean, I guess we kinda got one more idea or something about... What is that? There's the clock. Alright. But do we know a tech expert anywhere? The only person we can talk to right now is Gumshoe. Family. Hey, welcome back, pal. I thought I'd make you a little something for dinner. That's nice. Thanks. Rich man's luxurious full-course meal. A can, that is. Sorry you went through all the trouble to cook, but I don't have the time to eat. Oops. It's like you don't have a can opener, pal. Got to be kidding. Here, I thought he had already whipped something up. Oh, I know. There is one way I know how to be helpful. Ask me about anything you want, pal. Go ahead. Since he's here and offering, I wonder...
Should try asking.
Are you any good with electronics, Drew? Transceiver. Oh, Mr. Nick, you should ask Mr. Scruffy Detective about that thing. What thing? Oh yeah, this thing just up and broke all of a sudden. It broke, pal? When I was talking to the kidnapper, it just suddenly broke into static. Look, it sounded like this. I don't hear any static, pal. Huh? Maybe it fixed itself. Strange. I'm sure it was making a loud static noise. Maybe. Maybe what? Maybe it was electromagnetic interference, pal. Electromagnetic interference? What does that mean? So what is electromagnetic interference? That's something that happens when a radio wave gets mixed up with another signal, pal. Oh, when you put it that way, I don't understand what you're talking about. Like, for example, when a cell phone goes off next to a computer screen. Stuff on the screen gets kind of fuzzy and starts acting funny, right? Huh? Computer? It's like when you use the dryer next to the TV and the screen starts looking weird. Oh, yes, the TV does do that. Oh, so that's what you're talking about. She seems amazingly happy at being able to understand this. So the room you were in when that interference to the transceiver happened, there's gotta be something there that's sending out very strong radio waves, pal. Something like a listening device or something. Ah! Hey, speaking of that, where were you when it happened? We were in Mr. Karita's room, scene of the murder. What? That's it! I'm going to sneak into the precinct and get a bug sweeper. Meet you at the crime scene later, alright, pal? Oh, wait, Gumshoe? Oh yeah, baby, it's investigating time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are itching to go. Yeah! He goes. We should be going too, Mr. Nick. Alright, let's go. Well, we have a clue. So complicated. Chew? Hey, you're finally here, pal. Sorry to keep you waiting. Do you have the, bug sweeper? Well, you see, I got busted trying to sneak it in, pal, then suddenly I'm staring at the precinct doors. From the outside, I mean. So, yeah, I couldn't get one of the police bug sweepers. What do you mean you couldn't get one? We need that item. Hey, calm down, pal. I didn't say I didn't get one. It's not the police's. Wow, so this is a bug sweeper. Looks a little broken. Hey, this was made when I was in elementary school, pal. Oh? By who? Me, of course. Ah, seeing this sure brings back memories. Hey, don't look down on it, pal. Sure, it looks a little beat up, but I put my heart and soul into building this puppy here. Your heart and soul? It'll work, trust me, pal. It'll do the job. But... what? But you can't set the sensitivity. It's going to beep at anything that gives off electromagnetic waves. But isn't it better that way? Well, anyway, since I brought it all this way, might as well give it a whirl, right, pal? I'm getting that sinking feeling again. Okay, now I'll tell you how to use this baby. There's a listening device or some other sort of bug hidden in this room, pal. And we're going to find it, right? Right. Now first, let's turn the sweeper on. Next, move the sweeper around the room to give a real thorough looky-see, pal. Sweeper will let you know how strong of a signal it's picking up, so keep an eye on it, okay? Once you find something that's giving off a lot of radio waves, press enter to lock onto it. There's a lot of things here that's going to give off radio waves, so let's take a good look at anything and everything that seems suspicious, okay? Alright, I'm going to go stand outside and keep an eye out. Give me a yell if you find the bug. Got it, pal? I mean, he is handy. Lamp, check. Listening device? Nope. There are a lot of lamps in this room, aren't there, Mr. Nick? Yeah, and they're all on. You shouldn't do that, Mr. Nick. Don't you know that's wasteful? Yeah, I'll be more conscientious from now. Sorry. I don't think the hotel cares, but... I don't really think the listening device is in the TV, of all places. Looks like the TV was left on and it's now showing an old samurai movie. Yeah, this channel plays all sorts of international movies as well as domestic ones. No, every time I watch one of these old movies, I always think, wow, these Japanese stars are really good at English. Yeah. When I grow up, I want to study Japanese. I should probably keep my mouth shut here and not destroy her dream. What a lovely bear. This must be one of those fancy bear-shaped toy robots. It's a robot? It's a real robot? Yeah, it's a real one. Mr. Nick. Yes? How many horsepowers is it? How many horsies? Horsies? Well, look, it's a bear, so, well, the phone is the most commonplace for a listening device, I'd say. But let's take the receiver apart first before we get ahead of ourselves. Wow, you know a lot about electronics, don't you, Mr. Nick? Yeah, I know tons, especially when it comes to taking them apart. It's my specialty. Oh. I'll leave the fixing part up to Gumshoe. So, is there a listening device in there? No. I really thought it had to be in the phone, too. Cell phone. Nope, no bugs in here. Cell phone? What? Don't tell me you don't know what a cell phone is. Sorry, I've never seen one before. Now that she mentions it. Cell phone couldn't get any reception while I was staying in Kurl Village. Pearls has never lived outside of that village, so... Well, I guess I can't say it's impossible to live without one. Yeah. Computer. There's no listening device in this notebook computer, huh? What's a notebook computer? You know what a notebook is? Yes, it's a small book with paper that you can write on, so... Well, that thing is like a notebook in a way. Basically a small laptop. Mr. Nick, what's a laptop? The TV's roll, but it doesn't look like the listening device is in here. So I was thinking... Wonder if a TV remote works on other things. Like, did I make you change your expressions like TV channels? Yeah. Hey! But if I could, ooh, the people I would give the old mute button to. Well, I don't think it's going to work on me. Why don't we try it on Maya tomorrow, okay? Okay. Here we have a dryer. Nothing unusual here, I think. Dryer? Oh, you use it next to the TV, it'll make the screen look all weird, right? Yeah. And when that happens, it's called electromagnetic interference, right? Hey, good memory, Pearls. I will never forget it for the rest of my life. Wow, there's a really delicious loaf of bread in here. Looks like it's been on keep warm all this time since the murder. Well, Mr. Scruffy Detective always says, gotta keep the trail and crime scene warm. I think it's the keep warm in that case is a little more metaphorical. Well, certainly looks like an alarm. clock. What's wrong? Why do you look troubled? I just can't imagine the listening device being inside this alarm clock. This sort of reminded me of something that happened a long time ago. Oh! He's thinking about his first case! Oh, well, anyway, it looks like the listening device isn't in here. This is a refrigerator, right? I really don't think the listening device is in something like this. Because it's filled with nothing but healthy vegetable juices, right? Yeah, sure. What does that have to do with listening to devices? This is just a giant stuffed teddy bear, right? The biggest one I've ever seen. Hey, so did you guys find it yet? The listening device, I mean. No, not yet, but this bear's eye is... Let's see. Perfectly normal stuffed bear with some really strong radio waves. Sounds like you found the device to me, pal. Dig this big fella's eye out and see what we've got. No, you can't! Such a violent act! No! Oh, that's... miniature camera. Looks like there's more. There's a transmitter and a timer. A what emitter? Transmitter, pal. Oh, is this more of that high-tech stuff? So this tiny thing is a camera? Yep, the pinhole CCD camera, pal. Small, high-grade video camera mostly used in security systems. So it's a video camera. It runs on a battery, which comes with it in a set. But there's no videotape in this camera. This is only the camera part here, pal. The tape recorder with the tape inside it is somewhere else. A tape recorder with tapes, you say, huh? Somewhere else? The footage is changed into radio waves and then it's sent to that recorder. So it's sort of like a TV broadcast, isn't it? Hey, you know you're right. So what is a transmitter? It's a device that sends the footage the camera took to a specific destination. It's like a video version of a listening device, pal. It looks like it's attached to a small clock-like thing. Oh, that's a timer, pal. You can set it to turn on the camera on and record it at a certain time with it. You can set it for a certain time? Yep. Let's see, this looks like it was set to start at 8 p.m. and go for 1 hour. 8 p.m. It's the time of the awards ceremony. There's no date set, so it's been recording every night, I'd guess. Mr. Detective, how long has this bear been here? I'm pretty sure it's been here since the night of the murder. And then maybe this camera caught the murder on tape? What? And if you think about the angle the bear is at, it's bound to have a clear shot of the whole crime, pal. So there was a camera in this bear's eye that was disguised as a present. And I'm sure it was here on the night of the murder, pal. Pretty big, so it stands out pretty well in my mind. But who gave Mr. Purita this present? I don't know, pal. But this means that someone out there has got a video of what happened here that night. Ooh, boy. Isn't there any way we can find out who that person is? Possible, pal. Radio waves can be sent almost anywhere, so there's no real way to find out. Oh. Really no way to find out? Got it! What? Hey, pal. Let me borrow this mini camera for a bit. What are you going to do? I'm going to go around to the electronics shops and see if I can find out who bought this. That's impossible. I mean, it's already 9 p.m. Leave it to me. Even if I have to search all night, I'll find your man, pal. Oh. Oh Yeah, baby, it's investigating time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are itching to go. Yeah! He's so excited. Gone. Yeah. Mr. Scruffy Detective sure is a nice man. Pushing himself so hard, all for Mystic Maya's sake. A mystery how you always manage to do things in the most inefficient ways. Or... Ah! You'll have to excuse me, I heard your conversation just now. Edgeworth, what are you doing here? A rescue team has been created and deployed. Can't say I'm optimistic, but we have to move forward one step at a time. I see. Thanks. Don't thank me yet, we still have to find her. There was a spy camera hidden inside the stuffed animal. You are one lucky man, right? Do you know the stuffed bear, little girl? I have no idea. Of course not. The maker of this bear is a very expensive luxury brand from overseas. It's completely handmade and only a small number of these are exported here. What? The camera and transmitter that Scatterbrain Detective took with him are dead ends. Things like those can be bought anywhere. However, the bear is different. By tracking how it got into this country, this bear can tell us who the buyer is. Huh. Can you really do that? Mr. Nick, can you really? Well, I guess so. It's 9 p.m. I think I could still make it. I'll be taking this for now. The giant bear? I'm sure you have other things you have to do. That's a big bear! See you soon, right? Wait! What? Why are you doing this? I have no interest in explaining myself to someone who cannot comprehend. But besides that, right? Till court reconvenes tomorrow, you should concern yourself with this question. Who was the person that murdered Wong Rita? Real killer. Do you really still think it was Adrian Andrews? To be honest, I don't know anymore. Still have a little time left. Find the truth, right? Everything begins with the truth. Rita's real killer. It's Andrew's past. Kidnapper whose sole condition is an acquittal for Mr. Ungard. And this card. Shelley the Killer. Maya, only way I can save you now is to find all the answers to this case tonight. Don't understand what your real intentions are, Edgeworth. As you said, all I can do now is find the truth. Alright. Find the truth, he says. Save again. We're gonna keep investigating. It's been about another hour and a half. Again, these segments all take about an hour and a half together, so you gotta kind of pace yourself, especially if you don't know what you're looking for. But again, pre-rolls have been turned back on, so we are going to take another break. I'm going to stretch and get more water. I suggest you all do the same. Take a 3-minute ad break, so no ads turning on while people, and we will be back. Great, thank you everyone for your patience. He adjusted here. There. This case is getting really interesting. Like, I'm getting sucked in by the plot and what. I mean, the other stories were okay in terms of plot, but there's just so much intrigue, especially with the way like it feels like we're being kind of led by Edgeworth. There's just so much like tension, and I don't know if it's solely just because of the whole Maya being kidnapped and being led around all the clues and yeah. I think I can see why I heard that this was one of the best cases of the game. Yeah. Past 9 p.m. already, isn't it? Wonder if Mr. Edgeworth has already found Mystic Maya. Things take time. Probably safe. Police are professionals. They'll find her, so don't you worry. If we can win a not guilty verdict tomorrow, then everything will be okay. You're right. No. The real person who killed Mr. Kurita, that assassin, Shelley DeKiller, right? Card Miss Andrews found at the crime scene seems to be proof of that. If that's the case, the new question comes to mind. Who was the one that hired Shelley DeKiller to begin with? Who is his client? You mean, who asked for the murder? The person didn't want to dirty their own hands in blood, but whoever this client is, they're still a killer. Who? Who could have hired the assassin? Do you think it was Miss Andrews? Wonder. If she was the client, then why go through the effort to stab the knife into the corpse herself? But if Miss Andrews wasn't the client, then no, it can't be. That Ungard himself? Mr. Ungard really did hire the assassin, then he is not innocent at all. Far from it, he would be guilty of the crime. But it can't be Mr. Ungard, right? I mean, when we first talked with him... Mr. Ungard, I'd like to ask you one more question. Did you kill Mr. Juan Kurita? Alright, so we're clear, dude. I didn't kill anyone, and that includes Juan Kurita, okay? Didn't see any Cyclops at that time. Actually, that reminds me. Did you remember something, Mr. Nick? Yeah, something Miss Andrews said at the trial today. She said something interesting. So what is this interesting thing? Oh, that's right, you didn't hear it, did you, Burns? Juan had bet everything on this Jammin' Ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought, anyway. It looked like somehow Juan had his hands on a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. He did say that. Mr. Ungard's secret? Well, what is the secret? Don't know yet. But for now, let's think about it this way. Mr. Kurita was going to reveal the secret. That means Mr. Ungard had plenty of motive to have Mr. Kurita silenced. Which means we have to meet with Mr. Ungard. There's no way around it now. Oh boy. I have a bad feeling about this. Wow, it's really getting late, isn't it, Mr. Nick? Yeah, it's past 9 p.m. already. We still have some things to prepare for tomorrow's trial. Still the matter of this secret Mr. Kurita held about Mr. Ungard. Miss Andrews' real intentions. These are two things I must know tonight. Aren't visiting hours over at the detention center? I'm sure we'll think of something, Pearls. Don't you worry. Old bag. Hey, wait! What is it, whippersnapper? All I know is nothing that has anything to do with you is ever good. And just now, I was handed this strange device for who knows what reason. And I was told to use it to search the whole hotel. That's the bug sweeper, isn't it? The one Gumshoe made. I don't know, and frankly, I don't care, but the request came from Edgypoo, so... Edgeworth? And he said, you feel angry, direct your anger at that unsophisticated lawyer, Edgeworth. So I'm going to feel free to direct all my anger towards you. Gee, thanks a bundle, Edgeworth. What a pal you are. This is absolutely top secret, so you better keep to yourselves. I heard they found a spy camera hidden in one of the presents. Very interesting. I'm sure it was, you know. It was to catch poor Juan in the middle of a scandalous meeting. Scandalous? What's that? It means, well, you know, that gossips that's been going around my dear Juan. Oh, you mean that thing about Miss Andrews? I'm sure she must have had her reasons for getting close to Mr. Kurita. I'll let you in on another secret, youngin'. I know who planted that spy camera. It was that obnoxious, puffy-haired photographer girl, the nerve of some people. Spying on people by herself, as if I wouldn't want to see it for myself, too. Really out on yourself, old bag, aren't you? Wow, the alien actually admitted her true intentions for a change. I don't know what you're thinking exactly, but I can bet that it's nothing good. I didn't say anything. So you want to know about Juan and that manager, right? Actually, as I hear it, they were something of a refreshing pair, those two. I tell you, Juan really welcomed that manager with open arms, I heard. That manager? Who are you talking about? You don't know. That manager woman Juan had. Oh. It's a shame she killed herself, though. Oh, you're talking about Miss Celeste Pax, Miss Andrews' mentor, right? Yes, that's the one. That's Celeste girl. She was supposed to get married, you know? Married? You mean to Mr. Kurita? Really, you young kids today don't know anything, do you? That girl Celeste killed herself 3 days after their marriage announcement. What? 3 days after their marriage announcement? What in the world? Again. Trigger warning, people. Why would Miss Impax want to kill herself? She was going to get married. Well, that's because he was thrown away, you see, by Juan. What? But they were going to get married, right? They promised each other, right? Held a grand announcement session, but 3 days later, Juan suddenly canceled their marriage. Is that true? It was in the weekly magazines. But why? Why did he do that? It was not in the magazine, fortunately. See. That night, after Juan called off the wedding, that manager, Celeste, killed herself. Terrible. I wonder what happened between those two. That's certainly some information we got there. On that night, there must have been at least a few hundred people here. Guess the police are done with their questioning and investigating. It looks like things here in the lobby have finally calmed down. I can tell. It doesn't look like Mr. Scuffy Detective is here. Oh, he's out there with that camera asking around at all the electronics stores. Then I'll make some salad for him for dinner. Oh! Looks like Pearls really appreciates what Gumshoe is doing for us. Mr. Nick? Yes? Where's the lettuce? I don't think I've ever bought lettuce before. Aw. I guess I have to give up on making a salad then. The lack of lettuce is kind of a problem. But Pearls is so thoughtful and adorable. Great Matt. Visiting hours ended a few hours ago. Like we're not going to get a chance to talk with Mr. Enguarde tonight. But isn't what we have to ask him very important? Yeah, but I don't think that matters to the guard. Feels sort of tense in here, doesn't it, Mr. Nick? Yeah, it does. I wonder if something happened. You're Mr. Enguarde's lawyer, right? Yes, sir. Well, we finally found just the person we've been looking for. A real decisive witness. Huh? A decisive witness? You mean for the Enguarde case? I'm taking the witness's statement right now. Gotta hand it to Mr. Edgeworth. What's Edgeworth up to now? Who is this witness? I think you know this person quite well, Mr. Lawyer. Mr. Nick? I mean, the kidnapper's demand, and now this, I can't see any way to win here. Oh yeah, Mr. Edgeworth wanted me to tell you something. He did? Even though visiting hours are long over at the detention center, he wanted me to grant you special permission, so there you go. What? I've already called them, so they know. Go on, go talk to your heart's content. Thank you very much. This is such good news, Mr. Nick. Go talk to your heart's content. Sounds like the police are pretty sure they have tomorrow's trial in the bag. Guess at least we get to talk to him. Sure, they must have transferred Miss Andrews here by now. So that means that both Mr. Enguarde and Miss Andrews are in this detention center. Now then, whose story do I want to hear? Let's talk to Adrian first. Oh, it's you. Sorry to be visiting at such a late hour. There are a few questions I absolutely have to ask you tonight. Me? I thought your client was Matt. I'm sure Miss Andrews knows something. You can't be clueless about this secret Mr. Parita had on Mr. Enguarde. I'd like to ask you about Mr. Matt Enguarde, if you don't mind. Mr. Wright, you still don't know, do you? The real him, You seem to bear a lot of resentment towards Mr. Enguarde. If that's the case, then why did you become his manager? Why would you become intimate with his rival? That has nothing to do with this case. Nothing. About Miss Celeste Impax. I had finally put her death behind me. Now, thanks to you, it's all come back to the surface. Sorry. Yes, I was shocked by her suicide. It's true that when I heard the rumor that Juan was the one who had hidden her suicide note, I began to draw close to him. I wanted to get her suicide note back and burn it. You wanted to burn it? Why? I didn't want it to spread just like another piece of gossip. But I never held any murderous intent towards Juan. I would never do something so stupid. Suicide note. I wonder what it said. Why did you try to frame Mr. Enguarde? That's simple, because he is the killer, that's why. Isn't it the duty of every good citizen to inform the police? But there had to be another way. Police are excellent at doing their job, so they'd figure it out, right? Yes, they're so good that they couldn't figure out the real truth behind Celeste's death. It's Andrews. No, I know you're not the type of person to do something without a reason. So please, tell me why you did what you did. Revenge. Huh? Did you say something just now? Uh-oh. Cyclops, huh? Don't you understand yet? You're not my lawyer. To be honest, you're more like my enemy. But... Sure, I just heard Miss Andrews say... Revenge. Can we break her Cyclops? Can you please tell me why you framed Mr. Engarde for the murder? I've already told you countless times it's because I thought Matt was the killer. No, that's not it. I know you have a personal reason to dislike Mr. Engarde. Miss Andrews, you may think I didn't hear it, but I know you said something earlier. You said revenge. So you were saying I was taking my revenge out on Matt, and that's why. Well, what an absurd idea. I don't have anything I want to take revenge for. Miss Andrews, and who lived by being dependent on other people. There is something or someone in her past that will make her Celeste. There is only one catalyst that would cause such strong feelings and even revenge. And that is Miss Impax's suicide. Well, what are you trying to say? Celeste was Juan's manager. On top of that, the one who hid her suicide note was also Juan. What does all this have to do with Matt? Right, you haven't mentioned him yet. For you to hate Mr. Engarde, it would mean that he must have had some relation to Miss Impax and her suicide. Can you explain to me this relation between Celeste and Matt? I think I can. Hey, ask them to bring in Matt. Alright, Matt. Putting it off, but we need to have a talk. Dude, it's Mr. Wright. I hope you can get me off the hook tomorrow. I'm counting on you. I hope so too. Edgeworth just dropped a bombshell on me by saying that Juan Corrido was killed by an assassin and that the assassin's client is this man, at Engarde. What's wrong? Mr. Engarde, there's something I must know with 100% certainty. You seem kinda different, like you're totally not like your usual lawyer dude self. About the press conference. You mean the one where Juan was gonna dress up as the Nickel Samurai? Yeah, I heard a little more about it from Miss Andrews. It looked like somehow Juan had his hands on a secret so powerful that it would destroy Mac's acting career had it been revealed. Could you please fill me in on what the secret is, please? Oh. We got a 5 lock. That's the first time we've seen this. I knew this was coming. Nick, don't tell me. Cyclops. Said a secret, right? I don't have any idea what it is. Do you, dude? Did you know about Miss Corrida and Miss Andrews' relationship? Well, it's all over the tabloids, dude. But I don't know any of the details, if that's what you mean. Look, how many times do I have to tell you? I don't care what Juan did with his life. Miss Andrews. She had a purpose in mind when she started seeing Mr. Kurita. The mentor is Mr. Kurita's manager. Miss Andrews is going to get Miss Celeste Impact's suicide note. Celeste. Does that jog any memories? Dude, I suddenly just got totally hungry. You up for a pizza? My treat. Mr. Nick, what's a pizza? Is it like a pea? Like green peas? Let's go eat one later, okay? I got cut off by the pizza dude at the shop. That's too bad. Well, how about we get our minds off of this topic and talk about something else, okay? Mr. On guard. Are you connected to Miss Impact's suicide in some way? Can we get anything out of him with this? Now, let's hear what the secret of yours is. What if Mr. Kurita had been successful in his plan? What would he have disclosed? I told you before, dude, I don't know. I don't know anything about Juan, okay? Look, Mr. Wright, I can keep on saying it until I'm blue in the face, but I totally didn't pay Juan any attention the whole time that night. I mean, come on, I was in the middle of a nap. Don't lie to me. Huh? I know you paid close attention to Mr. Kurita, especially on that. Shoot. We don't have the bear or the camera. I think that's what we need here, but we need those back. I don't think this is gonna get us anywhere. Shoot. Oh, dude. Oh, so about this picture card. Have you ever seen this before? Nope, never saw it before in my life, dude. I don't think he's lying. Or is he? Again, he looks like he gasped just now. We haven't seen anything. Oh, Mr. Wright, please, you have to help me. Uh-oh. Mr. Powers! What happened? Why are you here? You see, I got roped into this somehow. What? Now I'm going to testify at tomorrow's trial. The decisive witness is Mr. Powers? I was talking with a detective until a little while ago, and I was on my way home. And all of a sudden, you there, you're under arrest. Was brought back here. Oh. They said my face and whole self in general looks suspicious or something. Well, I guess I can see how they thought you looked suspicious. I'm just a normal guy on an exercise show for kids. Is that a crime? So, about this testimony you're giving, what are you going to talk about? I really don't know yet. Sounds like I saw something pretty important from what you tell me. Saw something important? What was it? Oh, well, the detective told me not to talk about it. Can't tell anyone, especially not that lawyer, he said. Who do you think is that lawyer the detective was talking about? I'm going to take a wild guess and say it's me. Yeah, you got it. Mr. Nick, Mystic Maya and myself are your only two allies in this whole world, but it's alright. Ouch. I have a lot of friends, do I? This is going to do a lot of damage to Matt, you know. Because he's got that refreshing like a spring breeze image going on. What is he really like? Well, let's see. That's always been kind of a player with women. He would never really turn a pretty face away, if you know what I mean. He'd always say, it's just a game to justify himself. What? How horrible! That's unforgivable! Hell, sorry, didn't mean to offend you. But you know, he said once that there's only one person in the world who won't swoon over me. One person who wouldn't swoon over him. His manager, you know, Miss Adrian Andrews. Why is Mr. Powers suddenly kind of energetic? Ah, you see, I'm actually a sucker for gossip. I mean, celebrities in their world have their dazzling sort of image, right? Dazzling sort of image, but aren't you a part of that dazzle, Mr. Powers? No, I'm more of a hairy, sweaty, smelly, brutish kind of guy, you see. But it's okay, really. I get to hear plenty of gossip about a lot of the other stars around me as things happen. Well, that's true. Oh, hey, so did you hear about this yet? About Miss Andrews' mentor and her suicide? You mean Miss Impax? I heard something about how her wedding was cancelled. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I thought about it a little the other day, about that mysterious death. Hey, Mr. Wright, why don't you ask me about that? Go on, go ahead. Mr. Powers is so charged up, his skin is glowing with electricity. Hey, so have you heard this? Celeste left a suicide note. And they say that Juan went and hid it. I heard about that in court today. There wasn't any actual proof that she had left a note. This is what I think. I think that something bad was written on that note. Something bad for Juan, that is. Something bad for Mr. Kurita? How do you figure so? Well, before she died, Celeste talked with a few of her friends. She said, looks like I got caught up with a truly insidious man. Truly insidious man. Did she mean Mr. Kurita by that? Well, there's no one else that fits the bill, right? And that would be reason enough for him to hide the suicide note. See? Well, that's some good info. Thank you. You're welcome. Mr. Ungard and Miss Andrews, they're both at the detention center right now. Still things I don't understand or don't know about, I'm sure. I have to get the two of them to tell me everything. Mr. Nick, your phone! Hey, that's the Steel Samurai theme song, isn't it? I don't like the sound of this ringtone right now. It sounds kind of ominous. Yeah, I know. Hello? We're in trouble, pal! We're in trouble now, pal! I'll be back at the office really soon. What's wrong? Something really unexpected just happened. Mr. Edgeworth, Edgeworth? Anyway, hurry up and get back to the office, pal. I don't know what's going on anymore. It's no good. The end, Hello? Got cut off. What's going on, Mr. Nick? Gumshoe said we need to go back to the office right away. But then we should hurry back. I'm scared to go back. What are you talking about? Mr. Nick, pull yourself together! Maybe it'll be good news. Somehow, I doubt that. Oh boy. What took you so long, pal? Mr. Edgeworth couldn't stick around forever and had to go. Well, what happened? We got him. We know who bought that spy camera. Eh? This quickly? And this bear's what gave them away, pal. The bear? Figured it out, pal. I figured that we should have been looking into the bear instead of the camera. But wasn't it Mr. Edgeworth that figured? Shh, Pearls. And, go on. There's only one person who bought one of those bears who's related to this crime. Who is it? Who would be so rude as to spy on another person in their room? Nat Ungard. Oh. The room that Maya went into had what looked like a satellite or an antenna, video recorders, and a ton of videotapes. I'm starting to see Matt in a very, very... Huh? Matt Ungard, your client, that's who, pal. Here I thought things couldn't get any worse. Are you sure you heard right? The person who bought this bear was... I heard it from the department store clerk, pal. This is the credit card receipt for the purchase. It's for $3,800, pal. That's an exact match to the price of that stuffed bear. Holy heck! When Edgeworth said that it was from, like, a very, like, rich, well-to-do department store, he wasn't freaking kidding. I mean, it is a big bear, but almost $4,000? Receipt? That's all you have? Nah, it's not just the receipt, pal. The store clerk said so himself. He told me, I'm sure I sold that bear to Mr. Ungard. I mean, the clerk even got Mr. Ungard's autograph out of it, pal. So I'm sure the person that bought the stuffed bear was Mr. Ungard himself. The sight is failing me. This can't be. So what about the spy camera we found? That was a dead end, pal. I mean, you can get this kind of thing from anywhere. But for now, I guess I can give these back to you and file away any evidence. I know you don't want to give up, pal. Never thought. Didn't think it was possible. The person who put the spy camera on Clarita's room was Matt Ungard. Why? Why would Mr. Ungard do something like this? I bet it was to catch Miss Andrews and Mr. Clarita in one of their rendezvous. I bet is not good enough for me. I have to know the absolute truth behind this camera. You going to see him? Mr. Ungard, I mean. Yes. I'm scared, Mr. Nick. I wonder what we will find out next. Scared myself, but I have to put on a good face for Pearls. Oh. Matt Ungard, what in the world have you done? We're coming for you, boy. I just automatically talk to him. You're working really late, you know. It's already past 10 p.m., dude. I think it's time you told me the truth. Relax. Don't you know that ignorance is bliss? If you really want to know, let's talk. Take that! Now, let's hear what the secret of yours is. We have been successful, don't know. I know you paid close attention to Mr. Clarita, especially on that night. Take that! Someone used this camera to secretly film Mr. Clarita's room the night of the murder. Secretly film? What? And then sent the images the camera took with this transmitter. Wow, but dude, where was this camera you're talking about hidden? Take that! The spy camera was hidden in this bear's eye. A bear that was supposed to be a present from a fan. I guess Juan had a few of those kinds of fans too, huh, dude? Actually, I wouldn't say this bear was a present from a fan. You sure, dude? Who else could it be from? The person who gave this bear to Mr. Clarita was... 100% his profile, not the receipt. Son of a biscuit. Mr. Ungard, don't you know this bear from somewhere? I don't think I've ever met Mr. Bear before, dude. Aw, but he says he knows you. How could you forget such a great friend? What else did the bear tell you? He says that the one who put the camera in his eye was you, Mr. Ungard. If I didn't know how you worked in court, I'd think I was in some serious trouble. Come on, this is all just a joke, right, dude? You're just pulling my leg. Looks like you're not ready to give up your secret yet. Well, do you have any proof you want to show me first? Here's the proof that was you who put the camera inside the bear. I have here one credit card receipt, Mr. Ungard. It's from when you bought the stuffed bear. Dude, all you can tell from that is I spent $3,800. I go to that department store all the time, okay? This $3,800? This could be the toothbrush I bought that one time. A $3,800 toothbrush? It's ivory, and it's got elephant hair for bristles. You mean you bought a poacher's byproduct? I think even worse. Anyway. Ew, elephant hair? Is that what rich people use nowadays? Anyway. Store clerk clearly remembers you and your purchase. After all, you even gave him an autograph, did you not? Dude, you should have said that earlier. So can I ask you one thing? Yes? You're my lawyer, right, dude? So if you are, then why are you looking into stuff like that? Because if I don't know the truth, I can't help you. Sounds more like stupid lawyer talk to me. Hey, let's stop talking about this, okay? Nope. No, not yet. I haven't asked why you set the camera up yet. And what your secret is. Of course, it would be strictly confidential. So, what are you going to do now? I'm going to find out what I want to know, because I must. The reason you hid this camera in Mr. Kurita's room and filmed it in secret is... What is this card? He doesn't know about this card. This is a certain man's calling card. The man's name is Shelly the Killer, and I'm sure you know of him, don't you? Shelly the Killer. That's ridiculous. Why would I know some shady scumbag like him? If you really don't know him, then why are you acting so jumpy all of a sudden? This is it. I'm finally starting to get to the truth. More mistakes now. Mr. Matt Ungard, I know why you know Mr. the Killer. It's because you're his client. Since you're the one who set up that camera, that means you knew. You knew exactly what was going to happen in that room. So, how? How would you know something like that? It's because you're his client. That's why. You hired Shelly the Killer to assassinate Mr. Juan Kurita. The real mastermind behind this whole murder is you, Matt Ungard. And here I was, trying to be a good boy for you, dude. I thought if you didn't know, you'd be able to do your job without feeling bad. Well, that's what I thought, anyway. Mr. Ungard? You really did hire? Hold on a sec, I'm gonna consult myself, okay? Consult? Self? Well, I guess it's probably about time anyway. About time for what? I think it's time for you to meet him, Mr. Lawyer. Excuse me? We got a split frickin' personality going on over here? How do you do, Mr. Lawyer? I'm Matt on guard. If the other guy's supposed to be refreshing like a spring breeze, this guy is repulsive as 10-day-old toilet water. Well done, Mr. Wright. I bet it wasn't easy to gather as much information as you have. You really? So you are Shelley DeKiller's client? You didn't really think I would dirty my own hands in this, did you? Well, what do you mean? That woman, Adrian, was quite brave herself. Trying to stick the crime on me. I didn't think she had it in her. But all I care about is that Juan is dead. Isn't that right, Mr. Lawyer? That's... You're lying. What a terrible... It's way past your bedtime, little girl. Go on and let us grown-ups talk about more adult things. But why? Why did you hide the camera and... A weakling soon believes the words of others, just like that pathetic Adrian. You knew about Miss Andrews' secret? But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins. Oh, come on now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. They turn their clients into cash cows by holding the sinful deed over their heads. And a superstar like me, how much do you think I'm worth? Care to guess? And that's why? Yes, that's where the video comes in. It's got his face and the crime scene recorded on it, preserved for all time. With that, I can keep him at bay and even blackmail him if I want. That's right, that video is my insurance. Isn't that what they call it, Mr. Wright? But you do something so wrong. Because I'm a grown-up and I can. Good enough an answer for you, little girl? This guy is insane. And egotistical. And cynical. Why? Why would you kill Mr. Corrida? Because he knew. Because he was about to sling so much dung onto my beautiful public image. Scandals are a little annoying, aren't they? It's all because of that press conference, isn't it? Mr. Corrida had been able to give it, and Mr. Engarde's secret would have... Ah, well, that's what we call taking advantage of the situation, you know? I had no interest in doing it, really, but bit by bit it crept up on me. And then the situation just presented itself perfectly. How beautiful, I thought. And that's how Mr. Corrida ended up dead. Let me tell you something. I'm not like Adrian. I don't depend on anyone. People are simply things to be used. Used and thrown away. Put on a sweet, innocent face, and people will swallow anything you feed them. Ugh. Adrian fell for it. The assassin, too. Oh, and how can I forget? Even you fell for it, Mr. Lawyer. Everyone all working their butts off for me, Matt on guard. Aw, did that leave you speechless? What a shame. What's wrong, Mr. Lawyer? You've grown awfully quiet. How could I have been so deceived by you all this time? When we first met, I asked if you had killed Juan Corrida. You answered very clearly that you hadn't killed anyone. Hey now, I never told you any lie. The person who did the killing was that DeKiller guy, right? All I'm guilty of is taking a cat nap in my room. You killed Mr. Corrida! I dare you to say that in court tomorrow. Aw, but too bad. You can't. You're my lawyer after all, aren't you? You could always drop my case and refuse to represent me. How does that sound? Ah, but you can't, can you? That would be the one thing you absolutely can't do. Mystic Maya! You wouldn't want to test DeKiller. He's a man of his word, or so I hear. You could end up getting a certain friend of yours rubbed out if you lose. You scoundrel. So if I were you, Mr. Wright, Esquire, I think I would give it my all tomorrow. Remember, everyone likes a happy win-win resolution. I'll get you for this. That's such a cliche phrase. Juan said something just like that, if memory serves. Of course. Well, we all know how things turned out for him, don't we? Good night, Mr. Lawyer. Oh, nasty. Maya. Maya, what am I supposed to do? And now you finally found it. Edgeworth! Starting line of this case. I don't care for the horrid atmosphere here. Let's return to the precinct. Well, right. What are you going to do? You plan on changing your strategy? No! We can't do that! That's right. He's holding Maya hostage. What? What should I do? That's not something I can answer for you. Mr. Edgeworth? Right. Only you can decide where to go from here. 1 year ago, at that time I truly didn't understand what a prosecutor was. That is why I had to leave the prosecutor's office. I felt that I couldn't stand in a court of law until I knew what a prosecutor really was. And now, Wright, it's your turn. My turn? What is this thing called a lawyer? What can you do as one? You must find the answer, and you must find it on your own. He knew. Dang it, how is Edgeworth so freaking smart? I'm a lawyer. But to fight for someone who is clearly a killer. Matt on guard. That man is really... Ugh! It doesn't matter who. Every person deserves a proper defense and a fair trial. Isn't that the basis of our judicial system? Proper defense? Well, what exactly is that? Is it where a lawyer forcibly and blindly gets an acquittal through shouting and trickery? Ironic that you, of all people, should say such a thing. Isn't that exactly how you have fought for your clients up until now? Right through the heart. Well, that may be true, but that's because I believed my clients to be innocent from the bottom of my heart. If I were to get on guard an acquittal, that isn't a proper defense at all. I became a lawyer because I thought I could save people who were suffering and in pain. But when I look at this mess we're in, I can't even protect the person closest to me. Even if I win the case, I still lose in the end. I just don't know what to do. Right? But you get a hold of yourself. You have it all wrong. Huh? We aren't some sort of heroes. We're only human, you and I. You want to save someone? That's something easier said than done, wouldn't you say? That's... You are a defense attorney. You can't run away from that. You can only fight. That's all you can do. People like you and Francisco von Karma are always using all you have to pin me down. You fight to the very end, even when you know the truth is not with you. But I'm not like you. I can't fight for a false verdict, for a man I clearly know to be guilty. Francisca, she fights for herself. The only thing she fights for is her perfect win record. That's all. And? Isn't that the same as you? Isn't that why you ran away a year ago? Because your precious win record was destroyed? You are so petty! I see. Now I understand why you despise me so. However, you are mistaken. What do you... Thanks to you, when you sealed off my path to a perfect win record, I began to realize the error of my ways. I realized that things such as a perfect record were meaningless. What? I don't believe you. Are you saying that is why you left the prosecutor's office? But then why? Why are you here now? The answer to that is something you will find out on your own. I have faith you will see it before the verdict is read tomorrow. But if you can't, then you will be powerless to change the ending of this story. Mr. Nick, the transceiver. I'm sorry for what happened earlier. Now then, Mr. Attorney, do you wager you can obtain an acquittal tomorrow? My. What is the matter, Mr. Attorney? I don't sense your usual anger this time. Tell me, please, why are you holding Maya hostage for Mr. Ungard's sake? Why are you doing this for that cold-blooded killer? Right. Please don't misunderstand things. He is my client. Don't toy with me. A man who hires an assassin is just as much of a killer himself. I believe you are asking me for a reason as to why I'm doing what I am. Yeah? This is what I like to call my aftercare. What the heck is aftercare? My name carries a certain amount of honor and dignity, Mr. Attorney. I take great care to ensure that no suspicion falls upon my clients for my handiwork. That is what I call client relations, and it is a part of an assassin's duty. Assassin's duty? We were unlucky this time, and my client was arrested as a suspect. As a result, I did what I had to do to enlist your expert help, Mr. Attorney. And to ensure that you would do everything in your power to the very end. Well, what is your name? I believe I told you once before, however. You did, but my name is the Killer. Shelly the Killer. You're Shelly the Killer? Please keep in mind you do not have much space to maneuver with me. As a Killer, I always finish what I set out to do. If you fail to keep up your end of the bargain, Maya! It would be my duty as an assassin to see to it she receives a nice long nap. No! Now then, if you'll excuse me. Oh! If someone were to trace this signal back to me, it would be quite troublesome. He is at Matt's house! Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! I don't know what to say. Edgeworth! Did you hear that? At the end of that transmission. Shoo! Oh, that? It sounded like a cat. A cat? It can't be. That cat. Can it? What is it? I think I know where Shelly the Killer is holding Maya hostage. Edgeworth, have all police units head for On Guard Mansion immediately. Alright, you hurry over as well then. Don't lose hope yet, Pearls. The fight has only just begun. Yeah! Oh, we got him. Please tell me we got him. The bear. Maya! Please answer us, Mystic Maya! We have this area completely surrounded. There is no way for him to escape. Assuming he's still in the area. I can't believe it. That butler. All this time, he was the killer. He and On Guard were working together all this time. I'm sure they had worked out a contingency plan ahead of time. It's a figurine of a bear. But there are lots of cuts in it for some reason. A bear. Isn't that more of a thing for Mr. Kurita? Why would something like this be here? Right. Look down. There's a little pet door installed here. Ah, I'm sure that's for Shu. Do you think that this came through that little door? This door. It's locked. Well, I'm pretty used to breaking down doors by now. Let's go, Edgeworth. Ugh, there's no one here. From the looks of this room, I would say this is Enguarde's private lounge. Look at this, right? An antenna for sending and receiving radio signals, and a VCR. Check inside the deck. If there's a tape, it would be an important piece of evidence. If we're lucky, it'll have the moment the crime was committed recorded on it. Sorry, but the tape deck is empty. There's no tape to be found. No. There's no mistake that someone used this to record something. It looks like someone took the tape we're looking for and escaped with it. It's Enguarde's computer. Maya, why couldn't you have used this to get help? Mr. Nick, where's the power switch? Oh, I get it. So that's what happened. She couldn't find the power switch. She did say that. A VCR and an antenna. Footage that the spy camera took at the scene of the crime was beamed here and recorded on tape. If only we had that tape, it would have been really helpful. Huge television and speakers loom largely here. I'm sure if Maya saw this, she'd say, I would die a happy samurai fan if I could see the Nicholas Samurai on a TV like this. Yeah, that's what she'd say. Ah! I can't believe I just made a joke about Maya, all things considered. It's a very small table. I bet we could barely squeeze 3 pearls on there. But I wouldn't sit on a table to begin with, Mr. Nick. I can't read all the labels, but this is a very large collection of videotapes. Looks like Enguarde taped all of his own shows. What a spacious sofa. I bet 10 pearls would fit on here. I don't think 10 of me would fit, Mr. Nick. There's a little door for Shu in this big door. I'm sure Maya used this door to shove this out there. I'm sure it was her. Every time you give me some piece of evidence, it's always the most crucial piece. This time too, I'm sure. Searched all over, but it looks like he got away. Sorry. It looks like he slipped out of our grasp this time. And now, we've lost our only lead. Don't give up yet. That little girl is looking to you to be her pillar. Yeah, you're right. We're close. I can tell. We've already set up checkpoints along every route leading out of this district. Leave the rest to us. Maya. This looks like a picture of Miss Impax. With love, Celeste. Miss Impax? You mean... Yes, Mr. Kurita's former manager. Why would a picture of Miss Impax be in Mr. Enguarde's mansion? Why does it say with love? This might be a clue. Ah! What's wrong, Pearls? Please, let me see that picture frame. Huh? What's so special about the frame? On the back! There's something written on the back of the frame. Maya. It's Mystic Maya! She left us a message! What? I thought you'd come. I knew you would. Now listen up. You better get Enguarde a guilty sentence, okay? You get that creepy slime bag and not guilty, I'll never forgive you. Ever! I'm fine, so you don't need to worry. There's so much I want to write, but I don't think I have a lot of time left. Pearly, you're there too, right? Make sure you help Nick, okay? Someone's gotta watch out for the helpless lunk. That's it for now, Nick. I guess I'll see you later, okay? No! Mystic Maya! Right. What's wrong? Why the blank stare? Nothing. We've searched the house, and this is the last room. It looks like he eluded us. Edgeworth. Yes? As far as clues go, I think this is about all I'm going to get. But I'm still short one last thing. What is that? That's right. Miss Andrews' Cyclops. If I could just find out what secret she's holding. Then I think I stand a chance in court tomorrow. Blow this case wide open and expose the truth. I think I know what you're thinking. I'll contact the detention center. Thanks, Edgeworth. Well, let's go, Pearls. It's time to open that last lock. Good evening, Mr. Wright. What's wrong? You look ill. Miss Andrews, I have come to remove your Cyclops. Cyclops? I want to know, and you will tell me, your secret. Fine. Go ahead. Try to break me if you can. Take that! Ooh. Can you please tell me why you framed Mr. Enguarde for the murder? I've already told you countless times, it's because I thought Matt was the killer. No, that's not it. I know you have a personal reason to dislike Mr. Enguarde. Miss Andrews, you may think I didn't hear it, but I know you said something earlier. You said revenge. So you were saying I was taking my revenge out on Matt, and that's why? Well, what an absurd idea. I don't have anything I want to take revenge for. Miss Andrews, a woman who lives by being dependent on other people. There is something or someone in her past that would make her take revenge. Okay, so I guess we could show her profile or the picture. Celeste. There is only one catalyst that could cause such strong feelings, and even revenge. And that is Miss Impact's suicide. Well, what are you trying to say? Celeste was Juan's manager. On top of that, the one who hit her suicide note was also Juan. What does all this have to do with Matt? You're right. You haven't mentioned him, yet. But for you to hate Mr. Enguarde, it would mean that he must have had some relation to Miss Impacts and her suicide. Can you explain to me this relation between Celeste and Matt? This is a photo of Miss Impacts, correct? She looks younger than when she passed away, though. With love, Celeste. This is Mrs. Impacts' handwriting, isn't it? Where did you find this? No, that's alright. It was a rhetorical question. Yeah, it is. I found this at Mr. Enguarde's mansion. After all this time, my last remaining secret has been revealed. Celeste. She was supposed to get married to Juan. Yes, but I heard that it didn't work out. Because Mr. Clarita didn't want to get married to her anymore, right? Yes, because of Matt. Because of Mr. Enguarde? What do you mean? I think I can see where this is going. Celeste. She was Matt's manager a long time ago. She was the happiest woman in the world at the time. I was working part-time back then, and I often saw the two of them together. So that's why. With love, Celeste is written on the frame of that picture. They were a couple, weren't they? It wasn't anything as splendid as that. Celeste was being used, toyed with until she was thrown away. So horrible. Matt's entire image is built around how nice and wonderful of a man he is. A scandal would have destroyed that, which is why Celeste, in her kindness, moved over to Worldwide Studios. And that is where she met Juan. She seemed really happy with him, even happier than when she was with Matt. Celeste and Juan were such a good match that they were even planning to get married. I'm sorry, aren't they both currently 21? How long ago was this? And then, it was suddenly called off. On the night Juan called their marriage off, Celeste, she killed herself. And that's why I framed Matt. It was revenge for Celeste and for myself. I'm sure even you can guess why Juan called the wedding off, right? Matt confessed to Juan about his relationship with Celeste. See, so that's what happened. But then why did Mr. Kurita have to call off the wedding? I don't understand at all. It was probably because of his worthless male pride. Juan and Matt were always fierce rivals. Matt waited for the wedding announcement and then unleashed the truth on Juan. He was aiming for when it would hurt Juan the most. Poor Miss Impax. That wasn't the end of it. That day, I'm almost certain that Celeste left a suicide note behind. And in that note, she left a detailed account of Matt's various misdeeds and, so that she would never be hurt by Matt, she chose to die. Then, when Juan discovered her body, he hid her note. But why would he do that? It's simple. Juan realized that note was a powerful weapon against Matt, and it would be especially damaging to his refreshing like a spring breeze image. In any case, with his pride hurt, Juan sought revenge. Revenge. There's that word again. Juan wanted to publicly disclose the contents of that suicide note. At a time that would cause Matt the most damage, of course. And that was at the press conference after the stage show. I know all about it because I heard it all from Juan. It was so I could find out about all this that I drew close to Juan to begin with. They're quite a pair of hideous monsters, aren't they? Even Celeste's death was something for them to use in their game. That night, when I found Juan's body, it was only natural that I thought the murderer was Matt. Those two were always spying on one another, after all. As for me, I was frantically searching for Celeste's suicide note. I wanted to destroy it before it ever went public. I was going to burn it. I had even brought a lighter. But I couldn't find the suicide note, and that's when revenge crossed my mind. Yes, I was going to bring to them my own kind of cruel revenge. Celeste was killed by those two monsters. So when I stabbed Juan's body with that knife, I didn't feel a single shred of guilt. And that's all I have to say. Well, Mr. Wright, even knowing all this, are you still going to help that man? I'm a lawyer. See, what a foul profession. Thank you very much for your time and for talking with me. It was no big deal. I couldn't sleep anyway. Sleep either. Not with Maya's situation, or what I know now. Oh. Phoenix. Oh boy. And tomorrow starts what I assume is the final trial day. Oh boy. Yeah, we've been going for about 4.5 hours, so think that is where we are going to call it here for Ace Attorney. Man, this is getting interesting and good. Oh. Again, I see why people said that this is the best case of all of Justice for All. Yeah, we will see what happens next time then.